Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles. You will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of KAILASA, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Moola Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana.
Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the Pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low And keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position, straight, and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly. Shake, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shavasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands, stop in that position, one leg stretched back, and raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around, and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down, bring the other foot to the inner thigh, raise your hands above your head, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Bhramari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhi Asana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas. As you let your knee fall to the side, lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anasuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anasuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. In Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anasuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Udyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parishamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shavasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back. So you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yathasanishtasana. In Yathasanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. in Siddhyasana now. Continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas. Sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can Distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now, from Jatara Parivritti, you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands, holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up, gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipadapitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extend it straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehal Ullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtra Sadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back. pulling them down towards your calves, open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position, and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Uttanottanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly. Sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into. The Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position. Bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release. As we enter into Tandavasana, stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now, once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jivachala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of your behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, Let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds. And relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position. And slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees. On your knees with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. And alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4, You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. And remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka Pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back. in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana too. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees, hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavanamuktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourselves. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward, visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Haritali Asana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashamudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground. the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanavkasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanavkasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where KAILASA's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
परमसुखदम् केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिम् द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants, Nithyanandam to every one of you that are here. We welcome you all for today's program. Today is so special because today we are all witnessing, experiencing the true love, experiencing the most fulfilling relationships in life. Today's program is very, very special, and we welcome every one of you, all the participants that have joined with us here for today's program. Now, we all just finished the Nithyananda Yoga, and how many of you did the Nithyananda Yoga? Nithyanandam, Ananda Parameshwari, Ma Lakshmi, Nithyanandam to everyone. Let us all now enter into the power manifestation. We're going to be beginning with manifesting the power of third eye, and I'm going to request all the participants to take a few minutes and please blindfold yourselves. Please close your eyes. Can I request each of you to tie your eyes? You can bring your eye band if you don't have it yet with you. Nithyanandam, Ma Rohini, Stacy, Samaru, Nithyanandam, Ma Jen Kiao, Ma Sharmaine News, Nithyanandam, everyone. We welcome all of you for today's program. Now, I'm going to request all of you to please blindfold yourselves completely and let us enter into manifesting the power of third eye. Today, what we are going to be manifesting, please understand the initiation that we are going to be receiving today. To prepare your inner space for it, we're going to start with first manifesting third eye. So we're going to be projecting an image. I'm going to request all the participants to connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya, and scan through your third eye and identify what is that exact image that is being projected to all of you. Identify precisely the image that is being projected and describe its color, shape, size, letters, numbers, everything in detail. See, understand, anything that Swamiji reveals to you in your third eye is that power manifesting through you. So anything that you see, whatever is revealed, without filtering it, start verbalizing it, and you can detail it out once the round is over as well. But don't stop yourself from actually seeing what is being revealed to you by Swamiji. So can I request each of you to tie your eyes now, sit straight, intensely connect with Swamiji. We will be projecting an image for all of you. Whatever shapes, whatever colors, whatever objects, anything that you see in the image that we are projecting to you, start revealing it.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
I now request each of the participants to please slowly open your eyes. You can bring the diagram and start posting the details of what each of you saw, whether the shapes, the colors, the pictures, whatever each of you saw. Go ahead and describe that in elaborate detail in the chat. Can I request each of you to pose? Whatever you saw, it could be anything. It could be a color, it could be a shape, it could be the size of any object that you saw or the object itself. What were you able to see? What was revealed to you in your third eye, Baswamiji? Yes. Come on, every one of you, please post. Nithyanandam, Ma Iqbal. Welcome, Ma. Nithyanandam. Okay, so I see different answers from each of you. So let's see what exactly is the picture that was projected to you all. As you all can see, this was the exact image that was shown to all of you. And now, yes, okay. So now we're all going to be entering into the first session of our day, where we're going to be understanding about what is relationship, like ideal relationship. Oneness means what? We're going to be experientially learning this by understanding about Janaloka, the parallel universe of Janaloka. Let's all enter into that session now.
Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Anyone who experiences Jana Loka loses all forms of violence and fear, because you know you exist in everyone. Jana Loka is centered on oneness expanded into multiple beings. Listen, if you are experiencing oneness, it is Mahar Loka. If you are experiencing oneness during the multiple expression, even though there are many people, but you know you are in all of them, that is Jana Loka. Even if you listen to these powerful cognitions, you will be irreversibly empowered. Janaloka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen, Nithyananda of Janaloka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, that 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in the skin, the same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take the part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Janaloka experienced the oneness, Advaita with everything, and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. My Gurukul kid, he had a hand fracture. The Advaita with me. How I did not have pain, that same glimpse only I gave for Paramesha. That's why when he had a fracture, he did not have any pain. He was laughing. He was behaving, responding, reacting exactly like me. The Janaloka, glimpse of the Janaloka he had when he had the fracture. Oneness, decision to live in oneness leads you to heaven called Janoloka, or you can call it Janaloka. Listen. I'll give you this example. If you feel you should be given food with love, compassion, do same to others. If you feel, even if you feel like taking marijuana, cocaine, drugs, alcohol, people around you should be ferocious and not to give you that, protect you. Do the same to others. If you feel the right thing should be done to you with love, do the same way to others. If you feel you should be protected from the wrong things, do the same to others. Listen carefully. There is nothing called right or wrong in Janaloka. It is all about oneness. It's all about oneness. There is no right, there is no wrong. In Janaloka, there is no law like a womanizing is crime. Drugs are crime. This is right, that is wrong. There is no law. Oneness is right. If you feel alcohol, drugs are great, you want to enjoy, then share that with others. Oneness is the law of life in Janaloka. Of course, when you give drugs to others, then naturally you have to go through the criminal prosecution. That nobody can stop in this world. I am talking about Janaloka. In Janaloka, the only one principle is oneness. And I tell you, if you start behaving, acting, thinking from oneness, you will create an amazing team around you. Amazing team around you. Start bringing oneness as the scale. Bring oneness as the scale. I tell you, you will develop an amazing Janaloka around you. Amazing Janaloka around you. Understanding oneness, celebrating oneness, wherever you can't implement oneness due to the law of the land, making it clear to people around you, hey, this is what is oneness as far as I understand. That's what I do to my body, myself. But the law of the land requires this. I wanted to tell you clearly upfront. Even if you start making things clear, you will develop an amazing team around you. Implementing oneness as core strategy of your existence makes you to go to Janaloka and makes the Janaloka manifest around you. And next level about Janaloka, metaphysically, consciously, knowing clearly what you feel as good, bad, right, wrong for you. Same way people feel. If you want attention, people want attention. If you want to be loud, people want to be loud. If you want to be celebrated, people want to be celebrated. Strategize life precisely with this clarity of oneness, even metaphysically, consciously, emotionally, mentally, physically, mentally, emotionally, consciously, in every level. What you want, people also want. I tell you, you attract vibes attracts the tribes. The kind of a vibe you are, you attract your tribes around you. In multiple level, as a personal understanding, as a strategy to relate with others, as a strategy to relate with God, as a strategy to relate with ultimate, use oneness as the strategy. For example, I eat once a day. I don't feel bad if someone eats 3 times a day. I only feel sad for them. I don't feel bad if somebody eats three times a day. I feel sad for them. Poor fellows, destroying their mental capabilities, slowly, even physical capabilities. An absolute conflict free oneness space is an energy. In all these levels, physical level, mental level, emotional level, conscious level, strategy level, relationship strategy level, the way you perceive others, perception level, in every level, people who bring oneness will create amazing jana loka around them. If someone gathers large number of people around them, be very clear, their vibes belong to jana loka, their vibration. I tell you, very honestly I tell you, jana loka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen, Nithyananda of Janaloka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, that 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in the skin, the same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take the part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Jana Loka experienced the oneness, Advaita with everything, and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. Arunachala hill is connected to the whole, all 14 lokas. He is 14 loka. Embodiment of 14 loka, Paramashiva. All 14 lokas are within him. Arunachala has the address in all 14 lokas. If you write letter Arunachala Bhuloka, Arunachala Swarloka, Arunachala Maharloka, Arunachala Janaloka, Arunachala Tapoloka, in all 14 lokas, there won't be any address confusion. Simply the letter will be delivered. Because in all 14 lokas he exists. And more. Because he is the linga. He is the linga. Not just sangha. Listen. Kailasa is sangha. I am not disrespecting Kailasa. I am giving you the understanding. Kailasa is sangha. Arunachala is linga. Paramashiva himself, deity, actually, to tell you honestly, the system if the body is allowed to function, even if it breaks the bone, there will not be pain. Pain is why me. That's all is pain. Not the fracture. I'm telling you from my experience, I had a fracture, multiple compound fracture. We have videograph from those days I used to go for this horse riding. All right. I was lean and thin those days. So I was going on the horse and we were coming near the Vaidya Sarovar. Some of my brahmacharis saw me and they got excited and played that Karpuswami song. Karpuswami song is that Kalabhairava's invoking Kalabhairava song that like a Swagatam means, oh Kalabhairava, please land, come. We usually use that song for invoking Kalabhairava. And suddenly I saw that Kalabhairava was opening up in my body, and the body has become triple time heavy. Usually when he lands, it becomes very heavy. And that horse got frightened. It was not actually poor horse's mistake. That fellow, he was... Suddenly, if you see, 3 persons are sitting on you without... You see, horses, if they see somebody is claiming on him, he will be psychologically prepared. And the poor fellow is not seeing anybody climbing on him, but the weight has become suddenly 3 times more. He got shaken. He started running, so I fell and I had a fracture. I just got up and said, I think there is a fracture, let's give a medical attention. Morning 7:30 the fracture happened, we have a video. And then I described how in our naval center we have our emergency 911 ambulance. So please understand, all our bodies are equipped to handle all our emergencies. Every medicine needed is in our naval center. Manipatmeham. That Manipatma in the navel is nectar. It has everything to repair our body. So I was seeing very clearly from there all the emergency supply going to that place to repair, and I was describing the whole scene. And only evening they did whatever need to be done, the surgery and everything. I insisted that do it without anesthesia, but they said no, you are a VIP, we can't take the risk. And all right, anyhow, that story is different. I tell you from my experience, fracture doesn't give pain if you think why me gives pain. At least I have 5 incidents of my kids falling and having fracture. No question of even pain. No, not even the idea of pain. When I say, hey, you can have 25 independent, intelligent energies. You can make 25 independent power manifestations at a time. If you feel one with it, if you are vibrating with it, if you feel, yeah, when I can do third eye and make the Atmalinga stand erect, all these 2-3 things at a time, I can do 25 power manifestation at a time. If you vibrate with it, you are in oneness with me. We both are meeting in Jana Loka. The teleportation of Jana Loka is happening into Bhu Loka in you. If I say, you can perform 25 intellectual acts at a time, like you can smell, you can hear, you can write, you can solve maths, all 25 actions at a time. If you feel connected, wow, yes, it is possible. Then, from Swargaloka, teleportation is happening from Swargaloka of you to Bhuloka. If you understand, 25 powers can be manifested simultaneously at a time. Then, from the Janaloka, the teleportation of you from the Janaloka is happening into the you in Bhuloka. If this consciousness can move these hands Why not the air next to the hands? Why not the stone next to the air? Why not the hill next to the stone? The powerful cognitions have started manifesting. And the powerful cognitions have brought understanding, knowledge, powers, all rooted, centered on this one click. If there is something which is you, which can give a command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. It can tell, command, order any matter to move. Understand? The moment you decide, it can command any matter to move, manifesting Shaktis starts. I am telling it is not moving is inauthenticity, powerless cognitions, the conclusions before even you try. Have you told this board to move and it did not move? If that is the case, you have not told to the board the way in which the board can listen. So change the method of telling till the board listens, not doubt the technology of Advaita, which is the source. Listen, understanding what you experience as you is the same stuff experienced as them by everything that exists is Advaita Satya. What you experience as you in the deepest corner of you when you are listening to you, not when you are talking to you, but when you are listening to you, what you feel as you. Remove the patterns, remove the thought patterns, remove the root patterns. All this is your aggression towards you. Thought pattern is a speaker, root pattern is the mic. If you remove all that, in your pure listening, what you experience as you, that same only is experienced as them by every being existing is Advaita Satya. Even your worst enemy, whom you don't like, whom you can't stand, even he experiences the same stuff as you. So all your fight is your own one hand fighting with your own other hand. Your own one part is fighting with your own other part. All wars you are waging. It's only one part of you waging with other part. Same way, all desire you have is your own one part having desire towards another part. It's like your own one hand feels so attached to your chin and you are wiping it. That is all attachment. Your fight, your own one hand hates that part of chin and punching it. But the pain and the pained is one and the same. Desire and the desired is one and the same. The person who desires desire itself, and the object which is desired is one and the same. Understand? In the pure listening, what you experience as you is the same stuff every being in the whole universe experiences its as itself is Advaita Satya.
लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडली पुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद कालातीता मायातीता लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद कालातीता मायातीता लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडली पुरीश्वर अवतार पुरुष लोकनायकी पुत्र नित्यानंद बिडली पुरी
we apologize to all the participants. We complete with you all for the technical glitch. Some rooms did not have the feed. We apologize to all of you. Hope all of you are able to see us and hear us now. Can I please request you all to put yes in the chat? If all the participants are able to see us and hear us, we request you all to please put yes in the chat. Nithyanandam, Ma Rohini Samaru, Nithyanandam, Ma Claire Lang, Nithyanandam, Nithyanandam to every one of you, Ma Sumati Shanmugam, Nithyanandam. Okay, today all of you that have come here, especially if any of you are here as family, if you are here as a couple or as family, Nithyanandam, Ma Deepika Praveen, Nithyanandam, Ma, all of you. Today is a very, very powerful day because today we are going to be having the grand Devasena Thirukalyanam. Today is a day where we celebrate the divine celestial wedding of Subramanya and Devasena. And on this day, we are all learning of experiencing completion and fulfillment in all relationships in life. So it is going to be very, very special today. Ma Deepika Praveen, are you there, Ma? Ma Nitya Kritikananda. What a name. It was so beautiful to listen to the blessings you received yesterday, Ma. Ma Kritikananda. I can see your all smiles and with an amazing blessing. Actually, Ma Kritika, Ma, today attend this. There's a beautiful initiation we have where today, if you and Pravinaya can just spend today one day together, attend, do the deep relationships completion, both of you. And today we have a special initiation where if you have an apple, bring the apple. You can get the apple energized. You can receive the initiation where Swamiji energizes the apple. You consume the apple and you will get a healthy, literally enlightened babies. We have a very beautiful initiation, Ma. And I'm sure you'll be familiar with this. Swamiji blesses. Many people, couples are looking to conceive. And they come and they ask Swamiji for the blessings. And Swamiji blesses them with the apple. And right after that, they just miraculously they manifest best enlightened babies, healthy. They conceive very healthy. And the whole thing happens from deep completion. So I really recommend that you and Pravinaya, both of you attend today's session. Ma Nitya Kritikananda. Such a beautiful name. So if you both attend today's session and do the whole process completion, deeply go through the completion, both of you, and sit together, attend the session, do every exercise, it will really help you a lot to build a deep stability inside. And many incompletions that might have developed over time will all be completely removed. And for all the families sitting with us today, all the families, whether you are with your children, with your parents, whether you're with your spouse, all of your relationships today, each of you will have a breakthrough in your relationships today. Any relationship, any obstacle that you are facing, whether for so many years you have not spoken to someone, and you really wish to have a fulfilling relationship with that person, today you will have a breakthrough. Today you will receive the initiation and the completion processes that all of us will be doing today during the program throughout the day. It will actually help you understand how both internally and externally you can enrich that relationship more and more and more to make it a fulfilling relationship. And now all of us listen to Janaloka, the parallel universe. Ma Deepika Ma, call Pravina also and make I also sit. Both of you do the completion. Nithyananda Ma Lizzie Wong and Ma Sumati Shanmugam, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Nithyanandam. See, the moment we talk about love, relationships, currently majority of our relationships, we either have wounds from the past. Okay, I'm going to start with this, right? Can I request every one of you here, all of you to post, when we say relationships, love, what exactly comes to you? Like, means what is the experience? What do you understand as love? What love means to you? What relationship means to you? Can I request every one of you to post in the chat? If it is something very personal for you, you can just post to our ID alone, the PSM Tech ID that you see in your rooms. And I request every one of you to post. The moment we say love, the moment we say relationships, what exactly comes to you? Deepika Praveen, Claire Lang, Smriti Chandrakam.
Can you please teach a few reports?
Okay. Every one of you, define what exactly relationship means.
What do you understand about relationship? What do you understand about the word love or the concept of love?
Okay, Ma Claire has posted, love for me is not giving up on the relationship. Beautiful. And Ma Lizzie Wong has posted, relationship gives a feeling difficult. Okay. Every one of you share. When we say love and fulfilling relationship, what does it mean to you? What does it mean? Like, how do you visualize? See, Ma Claire, when you say it's an energetic connection between people, like, what do you mean by that? How do you visualize that relationship? How do you visualize that love? Like, means sometimes it may be a person who's more understanding, or where you're able to connect, or where you feel like, you know, how your current relationship is already, if you feel like it's fulfilling. Anything like this. If each of you can post it, Deepika has posted understanding and compassion. All right, Matthew Eskaraya, Chandrasekharaya, how about you? Compassion. Okay, this is one word I'm seeing that's coming in many rooms. Okay, listen carefully. Currently, all relationships that we have, it is only a situationship. We trade, there is some or the other ideas, opinions, something or the other we constantly trade. We either try to, we trade off with some, like we have an opinion about, okay, this person says this is love, and this person says, I'm giving my time to someone, they need to give me their attention. I'm giving my money to someone, they need to give me their care. We all have it. See, it is not just like, please understand, every one of us have it in different levels, but we all have it. The understanding of relationship, of how we carry it, it is defined based on the idea, the give and take that we have. But the real relationship, how you actually experience, what is that real relationship? How do you actually experience that deep fulfillment? How do you experience that real fulfilling relationship in life? This science is what you're all going to learn today. In, like Swamiji revealed in the session, right? Janaloka, the parallel universe of Janaloka is where you experience oneness. Oneness is a component that is missing in all of our relationships, every one of our relationships. We feel like we constantly run behind so many different things other than oneness. Oneness is the most important aspect of every relationship in life. You experience that oneness, you manifest that space of oneness, because only if you manifest that, that can lead you to the deep fulfillment, deep feeling connection. So please understand, till you tap into oneness in relation, right, you actually cannot experience relationship. Now, we're all going to be understanding deep about what really is a relationship. How do you experience that fulfilling relationship in life? So we're going to be entering into that session now. And I'm going to request all of you to listen. Ask Pravinaya also to listen. Both of you do not miss this session today. And both of you sit fully and attend. I really recommend. I know you're very sincere. You'll sit up even in your night time. If you can sit and attend, really, it will bring a new, fresh, new chapter in your life. Swamiji himself has blessed for you to have a healthy baby. Understand, it will just manifest for you. Sit today, it will be like a new beginning, a beginning of a new chapter in your life. Just yesterday, Swamiji has showered you with blessing. Swamiji has opened the door, unlocked the door for a new beginning, new chapter in your life. Today, start it with the strong foundation of completion. It is too important that you start it with completion. So sit today, both of you attend, listen to the sessions, and start your whole chapter with real completion, deep completion. All right. So now let us all enter into the session where we are going to be understanding about what is real relationship. What is relationship? Let us enter into it now.
whatever expression you do from the truth you are consciousness, sparkle of Paramashiva. Whatever you manifest from this truth is relationship. Everything else, whatever you manifest from the idea you are a body or just mind, just emotion, will all be only situationship, not relationship. Listen intensely. These two words are the keywords. Relationship, situationship. The inner understanding, the core understanding about you. If you have the understanding, you are consciousness. You are manifestation, sparkle of Paramashiva. From that space, whatever you build, you manifest. Whether you move towards food or seeing, listening, touching, sexual relationship, anything. Whatever you manifest from the space you are Paramashiva, it will all be a relationship, amazing relationship. All relationships are good for you because from the move, from the space you are Paramashiva, when you move towards anything, you will only experience oneness. You will only manifest more good. Understand? From the space you are Paramashiva, even if you eat, that food will become one with you and you will become one with that food. You will bless the food and the food will bless you. You will do good to the food and food will do good to you. It will all be amazing, auspicious relationship. I am giving the example of food, whether food or any sense, listening, smelling, seeing, touching, including sexual relationship. If you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, if you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, including sexual relationship, all will be auspicious, lead to more and more oneness. This beautiful Ardhanarishwara will be your experiential reality. Ardhanarishwara is the pure manifestation of the cosmic union, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. From the space you are Paramashiva. When you operate, you are literally living God. Not God-man, living God. Understand? Anything you do from the idea you are a body, you are mind, it will all be just situationship. Do not expect any relationship started with the idea you are just a body and mind to be a permanent relationship in your idea, in your life. Even the word relationship is wrong. Everything you do from the idea you are body and mind is just situationship. So don't blame the situations, other person, anything. You are trying to get milk, cow milk from chicken, from hen. No, it is not possible. Don't expect the fulfillment of a relationship from situationship. Most of you get into so-called relationships because a situation pushed you into it, that's all. Even if it was your willful decision, the will you carry is operated, it functioned, it manifested from the idea you are body and mind. See, you operate from the idea of body and mind, but you expect something which can come only from consciousness. Fulfillment, completion, peace, all this can come only from consciousness. Something which can come only from consciousness, how do you expect it from the operations you did from the idea you are body and mind? So listen. Contemplate and meditate intensely. See how you build situationships in your life, but you expect the results, fulfillment which can come only from relationship. I tell you, from the right space, anything originates will be an amazing relationship. With the wrong space, anything originates will be just situationship. I'm not saying situationships are wrong. I am only saying don't expect too much from situationship. At least be very clear. Your situationship cannot give you what relationship can give. You marry ordinary man or a woman who is cunning, strategic, violent, exploiting, manipulating exactly like you, and you expect the other person should behave like Paramashiva, should give you everything you will get only from Paramashiva or Paramashiva Shakti. What is this? Listen. You get into a relationship. You marry a male or a female, someone exactly like you. Hypocritical, cunning, exploitative, manipulative, cheating, strategic. You marry exactly a person like you. You get into a relationship with exactly like person like you. But you expect you should get everything you will get only from Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti from the other person. Situationship cannot give what relationship can give you. Relationships are different. Situationships are different. Only the absolute honest connection you have with your consciousness, through your consciousness with Paramashiva, only call that as relationship. Everything else, call it a situationship. Listen. You cognizing, knowing your consciousness, your relationship with your consciousness, that can be called as relationship. Through the realization you are consciousness, the relationship you build with Paramashiva, that can be called as relationship. Other than this, do not call anything as relationship. Everything else is situationship. Everything else is situationship. Listen. This one truth will solve all your problems of life about relationships. All your relationship problems can be solved, resolved with this one understanding. This one understanding can resolve everything. Other than your conscious relationship with yourself, your conscious relationship with Paramashiva, everything else is situationship. Meditate on this. Understand? People cognize relationship in various shades. Sometimes monogamous, sometimes polygamous, sometimes complete celibacy, sometimes complete suppression, not celibacy, suppression, sometimes over expression, over sexed. Various shades. First thing I want to tell you, I am not going to tell you what is right, what is wrong, what you should do, what you should not do. No. I am going to tell you cosmic constitution, what Paramashiva wants, how he looks at the shades of relationships, like a rainbow shades. How he looks at the whole shades, that's all I'm going to tell you. Understand? Listen very carefully. Because I don't want to say something is right, something is wrong. Because it all depends upon the natural selection you have done, your body has done. Understand? You are totality of your body and consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. That is what Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic constitution describes you. Chit Jata Granthi. The conscious decisions of your Anma, soul, natural selections of your body, DNA, these two overlapping on each other, forming a knot is you. Now, this conscious decision and natural selection, these two, how it is matching, overlapping, decides whether you are going to be a celibate, suppressed, monogamous, just having one or two affairs outside your legitimate relationship, or polygamous. All that is going to be decided by these two overlapping. Your conscious decision process and your natural selection DNA. Listen. Just because every one of you have a human body, do not think you are all human beings. This generalization is the worst crime done against you. Each one of you are unique because your conscious decision process is not measured by any so-called rational scientific methodology till now. Only the natural selection, DNA evolution, natural selection is studied. Only that part is studied and understood. Understand? Just because the science has not yet evolved to study something, you trying to deny that is a mediocre mentality. Be very clear. Do not accept authority. Faith on, blind faith on so-called rational system. Listen. Blind faith on so-called rational system and bowing down to the authority of the rationality never allows you to see the reality. Please understand. Before even the science was catching up with the reality, reality was reality. If you have taken the body from animal to human being first time, now only you have done the natural selection process and jumped into the human body. Naturally, your senses will need too much of support from the external inspiration, like a lot of quantity of food will be required, lot of sights, pleasure, lot of music pleasure, lot of smell pleasure, lot of touch pleasure, lot of sexual pleasure. Too much is needed to keep yourself engaged, entertained, alive. And if you are denied of all that, you will be depressed. That's a problem. You will be depressed. So I don't want to say what is right, what is wrong. I don't want to give you a kind of a generalized solution. I will reveal the sacred secrets Paramashiva reveals. If you have already done the survival, means the natural selection process, more and more means from animal body you took the jump to human body. In the human body you lived few births and you have done a lot of conscious decision and more natural selection, and you evolved your system. Suddenly, listen carefully, too much of shadow of conscious decision gets embedded into your natural selection process, and you develop something called Divya Sarira, light body, which reduces your sensual needs drastically to keep you alive and excited. Means, if your Divya Sarira develops more and more, with less input from the external world, you will be more alive, joyful, excited, inspired, radiating. You may not need sense pleasures to keep you alive and active. Now, you need to look in and see where you are standing in your natural selection process and where you want to go using your conscious decision power. Natural selection is not prison if you know to use conscious decision. If you don't use conscious decision, the natural selection DNA you evolved can be a prison. Understand? If you know how to get out of a room, that room is a room for you, not prison. If you don't know how to get out of a room, then that room itself is a prison for you. Understand? 5 times planet Earth has gone through complete extinction. But life comes back. That life you are carrying inside. That life you are carrying inside. Understand? That life flourishes, manifests, raises its frequency, rules life by more and more conscious decisions and powerful cognitions. That is the greatest asset you can gather when you are a baby, when you are growing up. That is the best asset. I should say that is a fundamental right for all human beings. Understand? Knowing the telescopic and microscopic reality of you, self, God, Ishvara, Jagat, universe, makes you make right decisions about relationships. Understand? Don't think I am giving an impractical solution for your simple day-to-day problems. No. No band-aid solution can help you in your relationships. You think just a plastic smile can help you completely be happy with your family and relationships? No. your core need to cognize powerful cognition. Only then your attitudes and understanding about you and life will get matured. Maturity means having the telescopic and microscopic vision, clarity, powerful cognition about everything you are handling in your life. Everything you are handling in your life, having telescopic and microscopic vision is what I call enlightenment. When you know life cannot be destroyed, you know nothing can touch you, you will start loving and being compassionate with everyone. You can't destroy me, so I am compassionate and loving to you. You are not a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for you. From that powerful cognition, when you love, that's a real love. Understand whether love or life or laughter or dance, everything has to be from powerful cognition. The shades of relationship is decided by the conscious decision process. Decide to use the conscious decision process to break free from the DNA you developed by natural survival. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. Understand? When you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone.
सर्वशक्त्यशालिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे श्रमे कामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः
சனடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்றடி மலனடி போற்றி மாயப்பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னனடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரையிடம் தேவனடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர வந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோ அருள் தருவாய் கலி என்னும் கடலினில் மூழ்கிட்டேயும் இனி கரம் தந்து காத்திட்டு கருணையும் பொய்கையில் அலர்ந்திட்ட அளவற்கும் போல உன் திருவடியில் வாழ்ந்திட நிற்கிறேன் பாராய் அருணாச்சலனே நீ வாராய் அகண்ட ஜோதியனே வாராய் அல்லல் நீக்கிடவே வாராய் அகிலம் போற்றுகின்ற ஈசனே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த நேசனே நீ வருவாய் பூவோடு கனிகளை கொண்டு உன்னை பூஜித்தோம் அருள் தருவாய் கையினில் சூலமும் மெய்யினில் வில்வமும் நிறையா கடல் நீர் குடியோடு தரிசனம் அருளவா செம்பொன் மாழ சிற்றவை தனிலே சிந்தை கவர்ந்த உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேனே வந்தும் புகழ் பெறும் நான் வரை நாயகா மதியினில் நிறைந்திடுவாய் மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழு நீ ஏந்திவா அறவாடிட இசை சூழ்ந்திட திரள் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் அழிந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய் विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्म रूपने मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरेशने अन्नामलै उदित नित्यानंदने चित्त अचित्त எல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே மதியின் மொழியாலே தெளிந்திடும் வழியாலே ஜீவன் முக்தி பெற விழைந்தோமே திருப்படியை தொழுதோமே வேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வியாகினாய் கேள்வி காண பதிலுமாகினி ஊழியாகினாய் உலகுமாகினாய் அதுமாகி அருள்மணி தரு கர்ம வினைகள் தீர்க்கும் காசிநாதனே எங்கள் கர்மம் போக்கி எம்மையாலும் நேசனே ஏகாந்தமாக ஏக பாதம் தூக்கியே எங்கும் மதியாரை காக்க வேண்டும் நித்யானந்தனே
Nityanandam, that is a really powerful, beautiful revelation from Swamiji on how relationship and situationships are. How? When you start any relationship from the cognition that you are just this body, you are just this mind, what's happening? You are not in a relationship, but in a situationship. How many of you understood this very powerful revelation that Swamiji gave? Are you in a relationship or are you in a situationship? This is something that all of us need to look into. First step before we enter deeper into this, can I request everyone take a moment and kindly come on camera and settle down? Nityananda, Ma, Rohini, Samaru, nice to see you. Ma, Lita,
Ma Rohini, Ma Julisila, Ma Karin, Shivanandarajan, Ma Lita, Nityanandam, Matthew Eskaraya, Nityanandam, Ma Lucy Wong, Ma Kalili Wong. What did each of you understand from what is situationship and what is relationship? And what are you in? Are you in a relationship or are you in a situationship? Are you in the relationship where somewhere you are just, okay, I did it because this person told me, I did it for this reason, I did it for that reason. And actually, that is only a situationship. So, are you in a situationship or are you in a relationship? Chandrasekharaya, Nityanandam. Okay, ma. Chandrasekharaya has pursued conscious living. Okay. Come on, anyone else? Matthew Eskaraya. Okay, I'm in a relationship with Shiva. Anything else is situationship. Okay. Yes, ultimately, all of our the best and ultimate relationship all of us have is with Paramashiva. While if you want to posted situations from mind and mind.
and responding. Thank you all. Now, I know each one of you have come here with various goals. How many of you are here just to make sure that you are having good relationship in your life? Maybe to heal a certain relationship. Maybe you're going through a tough time. Maybe your spouse is in a situation where your relationship is almost breaking. Anyone here? You can just send us a direct message. Don't worry, we will not read out your name. But if any of you here are having situations such as your marriage is in a really bad situation, you're almost afraid that your spouse might break up with you, or you are in a situation where you feel uh, Matthew Iskare is saying there's an echo. Are all of you able to hear us clearly? Nityanandam? Are all of you able to hear us clearly? Or is there an echo? Now, I request all of you to intensely listen. If anyone here are having issue, situation where you feel that you strongly feel that your marriage is in a position where it's almost about to break, or you're dealing with something unimaginable or something you never expected, that you are going to be dealing with something like this, I request all of you, feel free, don't worry. We are seeing already some of you have started messaging. We will not read out your names. Do not worry. But I request all of you to feel comfortable, feel free to post the exact issue you are facing. And today we will support you, help you to come out of that, complete with that, and really, even if you're in a position where maybe your spouse is cheating upon you and that is really hurting you a lot, you're almost in a situation where you're breaking down, having a breakdown inside you, a mental breakdown. Don't worry. Feel free to post it here step by step. We will help you, guide you really just by doing these processes today and receiving the initiation today. We have seen so many millions of people just by receiving the initiations from Swamiji, how beautifully they have flowered, how their relationships have gotten healed. So I request all of you to feel comfortable. But just one request, be on camera throughout the day and make sure you are posting here continuously and keep interacting, ask your questions, participate in every session. Really, you will have a break. Okay, that's it. Only those who have messaged so far, only each of you had these kind of situations. Anyone else? Maybe you have another situation with your relatives. You may not be with your spouse directly, but with your relatives, and you're not able to handle it. Nithyanandam, I think someone has posted that there is no feed. Can I request, or if all the Zooms, all of you are able to see us and hear us clearly, please do let us know. And those who are watching us via YouTube and you are wanting to join here, please take a moment and go ahead, head to paramashivoham.org, choose Paramashivoham Level 3 program and join us here now. Mark Karin, Mark Karin, listen, first and foremost thing. First, thank you for opening up and sharing. Listen, you don't need to fall into depression healing another person. No, you should be an empty channel for the other person to be able to share whatever they want to share. You should just be empty channel for Swamiji to flow through. Don't ever take in the other person's incompletion. Wait for now. Don't need to talk to that person. First sit and you do completion, detox yourself. I can help you. We can step by step help you to detox yourself. I see some of you who have just posted a line about what you are feeling. Ma, I request if you want, you can write it down in detail and post it here. And I understand you're dealing with a lot of things right now. And just feel free to post it here. What is the exact issue you are having? and what is the obstacle or what exactly you are going through during this time. I don't want to read out your name because I see clearly you posted it as a direct message. I request you to just post here how exactly or what's going on and what is the situation you need help with. And I'll definitely help you. Make sure you're there throughout the sessions, okay? Nithyanandam, Ma Deepika Praveen. Wow, what a nice spiritual name you got yesterday. Ma Nithya Kritikananda. You should put your name as Ma Nithya Kritikananda only. I was so happy when I listened to Swamiji blessing you, Ma Nithya Kritikananda, and having Muruga's energy. Wow, what a blessing you got. How is Pravinaya? Has he also come for the session? Ma Lissy Wong, you're saying, I feel my desire to do spiritual cultivation makes me apart more with all the relationships. Listen, life is all about getting mature. Sometimes some relationships do fall apart when you are growing bigger and bigger. Sometimes many relationships grow along with you, and many times you discover newer and newer relationships. But understand, only one thing you need to do is don't get your identity, don't build your identity based upon those relationships in your life. Focus, bring the attention back to you. Can I request all of you to come on camera? I see multiple of you messaging. Can I request all of you to come on camera? Please come and settle down. Sit in front of the camera. Great. See, first, how many of you are listening? If you're listening, okay, I understand. I see one more message that has come. I understand your situation, ma. Don't worry. Even if you feel every month this kind of situation is repeating, don't worry. I'll definitely help you. Even so, I understand what you're saying about the energies. I understand it. Do not worry. And definitely we'll help you out. Just make sure you're there. Actually, ma, I can connect with you separately also and give you one-on-one help. So if you want, you can leave your number here for me in the chat. I'll connect with you separately and I'll guide you how you can complete with this. And I'll support. I know you have also put your intention for becoming a serving epitajaman. Am I right? Earlier you had filed your intention to become a serving epitajaman. So actually completing with this can give you breakthrough even in that aspect. So I can work with you on both. I'll do one thing. I'll give you a link where you can sign up there. Like, meaning you just click on that link and I'll be directly in touch with you. I'll help you out from in your situation. So don't worry. Okay, great. Now I see many more participants posting. Listen intensely. Listen. All of you listen. Look here. If we have stack of cards, how many of you have seen? You know, there's kids play with cards, right? Have you guys seen how you build a pyramid? Like you keep it like this, like this, like this, like this, and you build a pyramid. How many of you have seen that pyramid with cards? Like maybe 5 cards, then 4 cards, 3 cards. So you build it like this. It's like a temporary structure. How many of you have seen such pyramid structure with cards? Kids play, no? Yeah, many of you have seen. Now,
What will happen even if you pull out just one card? One card, if you pull out, what will happen to the whole pyramid? The whole pyramid will collapse. Same way, all of us are collecting the cards. Look into your life. What are you doing? Whole time you're busy collecting the cards. You're like, I'm a good mother. I'm a very good wife. I'm a very good teacher. I'm a good daughter. I'm a good husband. I'm a good girlfriend. I'm a good boyfriend. You keep collecting these kind of cards and you try to build your identity with these cards. You're so carefully trying to, collect. Every time you're seeking for that approval from people. Your whole life goes on how whether that person is liking or not. You cook food, you try to serve to your husband, and then you're waiting. Is he going to like it or not? If he didn't smile enough, even if that guy had a very small smile and not like the usual smile, that's it. You just feel like your identity has collapsed. You go through so much, not even so much, just even small situation that your husband comes late to your home. You go through like crazy tornado, tsunami, volcano, everything is happening in your inner space. Am I right? How many of you have experienced like this? You build the identity that you carry based upon what others are giving you. The attention. Understand? First thing, attention is energy. When you collect the attention from people and you're depending your energy on that attention from people, your identity, who you are, is standing on that pyramid of cards. It can collapse anytime. One fellow just pulling away that card, that the certificate that they have given you, you just collapse. How many of you see that this is precisely what you're doing here? Listen. If you are clearly seeing, then address that. Why do we look for that attention? Because first thing, you are not clear about who you are. So you go on looking, seeking for that approval from outside. I'm not saying your spouse should not spend time with you. I'm not saying that you should not have a good relationship with each other. No. Nor are we telling you that, oh, whatever problems your husband is having, you should take all the blame on yourself. No. But neither the seeking of attention nor constantly putting yourself as a victim, neither of these are going to work for you. This is the first and foremost thing all of us need to understand. Neither this nor that is going to be helping you. How many of you are catching this so far? If you are basing the ideas that you carry about you based on what others tell, always you are going to be in a situation. It's like trying to hold a billboard, big billboard, trying to hold it, a thin, flimsy one. When there's a big storm happening, constantly you will feel hit. That's the same thing you're doing to your own identity. First and foremost thing, you need to know who you are. If the moment you shift from cognizing yourself as a powerless person, you suddenly become powerful. Even the people that you are dealing with in your life, maybe that angry boss of yours who's all the time firing you, or that husband of yours who's not even caring for you, or that wife of yours who's waiting to just fight with you, any category. I'm just telling some example, but any category, it is not to do with them. They factually may be wrong, but it is not to do with them for your suffering. Because this is actually a powerful news for you. When the moment you know you have the power, when you decide to shift, you can shift the situations outside. Come on. Today, let's all take a decision. How many of you are ready to really experience completion with your relationships? Post in the chat if you're really ready. How many of you are ready?
If we are ready to achieve that ultimate fulfillment and completion in every relationship that you have in life. It could be with your children, it could be with your parents, it could be with your spouse, it could be with your colleagues, it could be with your boss, it could be with anyone around you.
So now I request all of you to post that one relationship by today. Your goal should be this relationship I should really feel complete with. Post that relationship. Who's that person whom you choose as a topmost relationship? Really you want to experience completion.
Ma Julie Sinda, Ma Lita Saigi, Ma Claireland, Ma Shin, Ma Rohini Kumari.
Okay, good. Listen. Thank you all. I see many of you already posting. Now I request all of you to intensely listen to this. See, when you're, for example, your spouse, you feel very exploited by your spouse, and you really see that the person is doing a lot of bad things to you, and because you don't want to break the relationship, you're not ready, you do not want to just end it like that, you really want it to work well, you really want to fix it, but you are the one who's ending up suffering. You feel like I keep doing so much just to save this relationship, save my marriage, but I keep seeing that I'm repeatedly caught in it. How many of you see it? Please post it in the chat. Like this, how many of you have? Don't think that is just for you. Like it's like, do not think it's just caused by that person for you. If you realize your oneness with the other person, you will just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear, your inner space will become so vast. You'll just be able to add that person. Understand anytime. We're too busy blaming the other person for all the issues that we are facing. Every time you either blame your husband or your wife, blame the other person. Why they are like this? Why they can't do this? Why they can't do that? Look, I'm doing so much. Understand. You first need to realize the oneness space you carry. Anyone who is manipulating you, be very clear. At one point, you were manipulative to them. Only because of that manipulation, you are experiencing them also as manipulating you. See, maybe even in a subtle manner, maybe in a thought current level, you might have thought, let me just do this. Then I can easily get this thing done, that thing done. Then of course, the other person will also reflect the same thing. Understand? The source of the first person is you. How? Inside you. How you feel. For example, when your wife is not talking, the spouse is not talking to you. That for some reason. What all insecurities you face and how you expect that the situation should be. And what is the kind of thought current running in you? Be very clear. That is the same thing that your wife is also feeling. Understand the oneness in your relationship. Don't think you're two independent energies. You are separate, the other person is separate. No. Realize that oneness space that you're actually carrying. Both of you know that you reflect each other. Knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It is not just a spiritual strength. Just know how the other person is exactly going to behave. You just need to see which part of you he's going to reflect. That's all. and you know how to handle that part. For all those who are having relationship issues, this is a very, 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 like, I love this satsang, the way how Swamiji revealed this. It gave multiple clicks for me. See, Chandrasekharaya, I want you to intensely listen, and wherever you feel like, let's do this with your wife. Okay. How all you feel, like some situations you'll have no. I do so much. She never understands. All the time, even if I love her so much, she just keeps coming and fighting with me. I'm not saying this is, I'm just saying as an example. Okay. So you may feel how much sacrifice I am doing, so much effort I am putting. I'm working so hard, but she does not understand me. She is not supporting. She keeps coming and fighting with me. She keeps only complaining more. She only keeps coming and being worried all the time. And you'll feel like, what to do? So much, then you maybe sometimes you may even try to burn out yourself. You'll be like, let me work more hard, more hard. At least seeing the sweat on my forehead, let her understand how hard I'm working for her. Or just seeing how much effort, how much sacrifice I'm doing. At least let her understand. But somehow you see, she never seems to understand. Right now, you are actually approaching that situation with the cognition how you want her to respond to you. Am I right? How many of you are catching this? Apologize for the technical glitch. I hope now all of you are able to use and hear us clearly. Great. Okay, so Chandrasekharaya, what I was sharing. So now sometimes you feel, right? I request all of you to listen. I'm just giving Chandrasekharaya as an example since he posted in everyone. I was taking him as an example. So now, for example, you will feel like, oh, much I'm working, literally I'm breaking my back, sweating so much. Look how tired I'm coming from the office. At least now can she understand that I'm really working? And then, but then she is there, ready, probably to fight with you and telling, you don't love me, you don't understand me. You'll be like, Arey, I'm literally sacrificing my whole life, only working for you guys. And you're telling me I'm not understanding you, I am not liking you. How many of you have faced such situations?
See, this could be with any relationship, not only with your spouse, it could be with any relationship. It could be with your son, it could be with your daughter, it could be with your colleague, your boss, or even a friend. But you will actually see, okay, you will have some of these thought currents that, okay, why is she behaving like this? Why is this person behaving like that? Each of us will have it in some or the other relationship, right?
Nithyanandam, I hope now the audio is better for all of you. I hope now the echo has stopped. If all of you are able to hear us clearly, please post yes in the chat. Okay. I'm sorry for that echo. I sincerely apologize for that echo. Now let's continue. Okay, so I see many of you saying you're facing that. I'm going to repeat once again. So I was just beginning. How that you feel you're working so hard, but she's not understanding, and then she keeps repeating the same thing to you, and you also feel at one point, how much can you bear? You also feel angry. You either fight with that person, or you try to break your relationship, or you just try to just keep quiet and take whatever is happening. You try to look for other ways to resolve, right? Understand, most powerful, oh my god, this one technique can completely free you from this vicious circle. Listen intensely. See, we have heard, put yourself in the other person's shoes and then talk. Yeah, that might make you a little sensitive, but not really realize the oneness of the other person. Understand, the first person in you is the same first person that every person has. When you see how exactly you want to be handled at a certain situation, how you can handle that part of you, same thing only the other person is also expecting. You will see it will be a power that you'll have. You'll just know how to talk, what to talk, and how to make that person more and more as a part of you. Understanding this oneness in relationships is a power. Usually we see, oh, why she's not understanding me? Look, you try to exhaust yourself more. Like, I'm just giving this example. You feel that your wife is not understanding how hard you're working. You'll try to burn yourself more by like, oh, I'm working for overtime now. Look at the sweat I'm having. Look at how much time I'm spending. Look, I got this gift just for you. Sometimes it may work, but not all the time. Why you know? Because you're only addressing outside you. If you just look in, hey, what is that part of me is she reflecting right now? Sometimes when I feel that she is not giving me attention, she is not caring for me, how will I exactly respond? This is how I will react, right? That is why she is also expecting the same thing from me. I will just want her to maybe come and shower more love. Then let me go and shower that love. Take that step. Understand, love is the power. Love is not powerlessness. Love is not weakness. Violence is weakness. Love is a power. When you feel, for example, your husband all the time keeps fighting with you and you feel so angry, agitated, just see, drop that agitation. Just step back. See, at that time, when your husband is triggering you, exactly the same thing, exact same cunningness, same logic, same kind of manipulativeness, you also use against him. You also wait for an opportunity to try triggering him, try to fight with him, because you feel that you have a point, you want to feel that righteous feeling, you try to trigger. Same thing only he is expecting. Now just see, how will you handle that part of you? What is it that the part of you will be expecting? What is that way? How you should deal with that part? Deal exactly same way with the other person. You will become an amazing being with lots and lots of loving relationships in your life. Try it and see. Hey, if I'm in this same thing, like what part of me is she reflecting? Maybe that part which keeps seeking for attention. How do I handle that part? How should I handle it? If that more attention showering can heal it, let me do that to her. See the other person as a part of you, not as another person, but as a very extension of you. Suddenly you will feel so much of love, oneness, and suddenly even the lost relationships. There was a person who had come to one of the programs, and she had this thing like we were doing completion with others. Today we are going to be doing that. We were doing completion with others session. So we have an exercise there where you are going to call all the relatives. You first finish completion with yourself, and then you sit and call all your relatives, whoever you want to complete it, and you do the completion with others process. And for that day, she tried calling. Literally, she finished the entire contacts list that she had in her phone. Nobody picked up her. She was quite surprised. She said, like, during this time, definitely people answer my call. And it's quite bizarre why people are not picking. So she said she is not going to be doing that process. And the person who was conducting the program said, no, ma, you should definitely do. Just sit and try to call all the people in your contact. He said, I've called everyone. Then we asked, are you sure you called everyone? He said, really, I called every single person in my phone book except for this one contact. And this contact is a person whom I have not spoken for the last almost like 10 years. And then we said, no, you should call that person as well. Please take a moment and call. And first she had some reluctance, and then she said, okay, let me try. First ring, immediately that person picked up. Both of them had, and that person said, you don't know, I was just needing someone to call me. She was crying. And it was like the participant felt like, God, wait. She didn't speak about the conflict they had, the differences they had. She didn't talk about any of that. She was talking as if she was waiting for this one to call. Suddenly, so much healing, completion happened. She became a part of this participant's life. This participant had a breakthrough. Understand, completion with others. Love is a power. Even if you have not spoken to that person for 20 years, does not matter. Today, you can experience completion with them. Today, you can experience completion. You have that energy, that power. You're going to be endowed with that power. I see so many of you smiling. This is a real incident, and this incident is possible even for you. I've seen many people like this. That is why whenever you do completion, it really reflects even in the other person as well.
See, when we just understand that every relationship, however every relationship is manifesting, when we understand that it is an extension of us, it is something that we are holding on to within us, or it is something about how we feel within us, then you will see the outside. And actually, when we complete with that, you will see the outside relationship also changes. Even if it is with your children, you may see have so many complaints. Okay, she's not listening to me, he's not listening to me, he's fighting back. But look into you, look in and see where you are missing. Where are you seeking for him to listen to you, for your child to listen to you? Where are you seeking that same thing, and where are you missing inside? When that gets complete, you will see that your children start listening. Or if your other relatives, whether it's a relative, your spouse, anyone, they will start listening. They will start responding back to you the way you want.
First, oneness. Find out. See what part of you is your husband reflecting. What part of you is your daughter reflecting? What part of you is your wife reflecting? That is what you need to really address. Are you all understanding this? Now let's do one thing. Intensely listen, sit, and first thing decide. Hey, I am declaring you can never be a threat for me. You can never violate me. Nobody can violate me because you are a part of me. Declare that strongly, consciously. From that, declare the completion in you. From this space, experience the love that manifests in you. Matthew Veskaraya has posted, some people think that completion is giving into their demands. No, completion is you and other persons sitting with each other, discovering the depths of you and depths of the other person is called as completion. Completion is not about giving into the other person's demands. No, it is discovering the possibilities, the flaws that each of you have and come to the powerful cognition to complement each other. That is real completion. Let's do one thing. First step, you need to complete inside you. Only then you can do completion with others. Sit and pen down all the situations you felt threatened by life. For example, start with actually even the earliest incidents. Maybe suddenly your teacher is beating the friend who's right next to you and you get so scared. You feel that you are going to be beaten. Or you feel that suddenly someone, like when you are young, your mom just does not respond to you. You're so afraid, threatened that she's just going to leave you. Any such situation, take a few minutes, sit, and please spend this time. Hope all of you have written down. How many of you were able to clearly see situations that you first felt written, highlighted? Matthew Vescaria, see, sometimes people may not really understand. I understand what you're saying. Sometimes they may not really understand. But don't take it as an incompletion in you, meaning don't get powerless. I understand because it will be difficult for you practically. Instead, work on enriching the other person. Don't fall into powerlessness. Take it like, oh wow, Swamiji is giving an opportunity for me to enrich. Let me enrich her. Are you understanding? Ma, Kareen, don't worry, Ma. I'll help you right now. Listen. First and foremost thing, when he is reacting in that way, please post what is the exact feeling you are having in you. Write down when that person is reacting to you in that manner, what is the exact feeling, like a cognition that you go through. Please write it down. Some feeling, suffocation, cognition, something will happen in you, right? What is that? I request you to please write it down now. This is a very powerful. Okay, you're saying frustration and anger. Go a little more deeper. What is the exact powerlessness that person is triggering in you? And when you see that the person is a reflection of you, there is no need to get powerless. Look at you. See, either look at that person's problem or look at your problem. When you clearly see both are the reflection, just see in you how to resolve that part of you. What is that exact thing that part of you is expecting? How do you want to be treated? When you're saying about crying, okay, even if you are crying, you are helpless, what is the exact way you will want life to treat you? How do you handle that part of you? Exact thing, give that completion to the other person. The problem, why it is taking 6 months for you, because you're looking more as, oh, if this person is telling me like this, why is he talking like this? Can't he understand? He's an adult. Can't he understand? Can't he do on his own? Can't he even cognize this much? You are more looking at him. Instead, look at it as a reflection of you. Otherwise, it will become an ego clash. Forget it. Just see it is a mirror. Life is a big mirror. Now, looking at life as a mirror, you are going to be completing that being, completing that person. Are you understanding?
Actually, even the anger, the frustration, the irritation, anything, these emotions, they get triggered from something within. There's actually, it goes much deeper. So we need to see what exactly triggers that anger, what triggers that irritation, what triggers that frustration. And when you see that what exactly in you is reflecting the same situation outside, when you find that, you will actually see where the anger and the frustration is getting triggered from, because it will be exactly that is triggering the anger, like the external emotion or the emotion of anger, frustration, irritation, and all of these emotions.
Now let's do one thing. Go back to the earliest time when you felt threatened and relive that whole situation right now. I request all of you to first pen down the first time you felt you can be violent, threatened. Please write that down. Nithyananda, hope all of you have finished writing down. How many of you have finished writing this down? See, now just decide to bring the completion within you. The completion that you bring in is powerful enough. It's so powerful that can completely transform all the relationships that you're having, whatever you're going through. Ma Karim. Ma Karim. Don't worry. I understand what you've written. First step. Sit and write down all the incompletions you have with your family, the exact moment when you felt abandoned. I want you to sit and write it down in detailed way. Write it down. Okay, sit and write it down. We're going to be entering into the next session where you're going to be understanding about our relationships, patterns, or possibility. Relationships, is it patterns or possibility? Let's now listen to the revelation from Swamiji on this very, very, very powerful cognition. Just listen to how Swamiji is talking about completion, how the relationships, whether they affect us, don't affect us, really such a powerful revelation now. Listen to it intensely. Anywhere you have a question, doubt, please post it. But listen to it from the context of experiencing completion with your family. Understand your hate, your resistance towards the family, or feeling hurt. That is actually affecting you deeper and deeper. You need to cognize that and understand that. I really request you to sit, write down all the incidents that gave you this feeling, the incompletion that you're struggling with your family, how it made you feel. Write down incident by incident and go deeper into it. I'll definitely help you more. Don't worry. Actually, today you can have a breakthrough in that. Because that is the real thing you need to complete with so that you're able to experience a completion with other relationships as well. Now, let's listen to the revelation from Swamiji on whether relationships are pattern or possibility.
Please advise. I'll start my tradition of answering through stories and jokes from today. Small child, maybe 4-year-old child, goes to the mother and asks, "Mother, how did human beings happen?" Mother says, "Oh, God created Adam and Eve and they created more kids and they created more kids and they created more kids, and that is the way the human beings have come." After a few days, the child goes to the father and asks, "Dad, how did the human beings happen?" Dad says, "No, from the monkey, human beings evolved. That is the way human beings have come. Many years ago, there were monkeys from which the human race evolved." The child is thoroughly confused, goes to the mother and asks again, "What is this, mother? You said God created Adam and Eve and from there human races happened. But Dad says that long ago there were monkeys, from that human race evolved." which is true. Mother says, "Oh, this is very simple, dear. I told you about my side of the family. Your father told you about his side of the family." Husband sent a text to his wife at night. "Hi, I'll get late. Please try and wash all my dirty clothes. And make sure you prepare my favorite dish before I return for dinner." He sent another text, "And I forgot to tell you that I got an increase in my salary at the end of this month. I'm getting you a new car." She immediately texts back, "Oh my God, really?" Husband replied, "No, just I wanted to make sure you got my first message." Husband texts to wife on cell, "Hey, what are you doing, darling?" Wife, "I am dying." Husband jumps with joy, but types, "Sweetheart, how can I live without you?" Wife texts back, "You idiot, I am dyeing my hair." Husband, bloody English language. Boss hangs a poster in the office, "I am the boss, do not forget." He goes to lunch and comes back from lunch break. He finds a slip on his desk. "Your wife called and she wants her poster back home." First I wanted to make these three statements. One, relationship does not mean only the few human beings who live around you. When I use the word relationship, I mean your relationship with your health, with your money, with your life, with your success, with the nature, everything. Second, you also have a very inauthentic way of dreaming about your life, just to have few cozy relationships around you, and that is enough. You are complete with your relationships and relationship dimension, which is completely wrong and inauthentic. Third, please listen. Third, only when you expand you to the level with integrity and authenticity, anything, anybody comes in your breathing space, there is a conflict-free, complete relationship. You are going to experience fulfillment and success. Relationship is not related to the quantity, it is related to quality. Please listen. The third statement takes the concept of relationship completely to the different level altogether. Understand, relationships can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns or liberation. Pattern or possibility, it can lead you to more and more space of possibility. The first and foremost fundamental relationship that exists for you is the relationship between your pattern and your possibility. Please understand. Please come to the space of listening. ध्यान से सुनिए. Listen. I am not talking about with whom you relate, with what you relate. I am not talking about your relationship with your husband, wife, brother, sister, father, mother. I am not talking even about all that. I am talking about from which space you start relating. I tell you, if you relate from the space of possibility, even if you live with a large family, you are a great sannyasi, enlightened being. If you relate based on the patterns, even if you are living alone, you are bound, patta, fallen, grihastha. Understand? Grihastha or sannyasi, bound or liberated, is no way connected to the number of people you live with or relate with. It connects with the space from which you operate. If you see every human being as a possibility, for that you also should see you as a possibility. Understand? When you see you as possibility, you will see everyone as a possibility. When you see everyone as a possibility, life, wherever you may be living, whatever you may be doing, you will be living with Vijaya Lakshmi. Means the Lakshmi of victory. Don't say my neighbor house is Vijaya Lakshmi. My neighbor name is Vijaya Lakshmi. When I said the word Vijaya Lakshmi, I meant the Lord, the deity of victory, the goddess of victory. Please understand. How you see you, how you see others, how you see you and how you see others. All relationships you experience in your life can only from two space, two frames. One, listen. Please listen, because I am giving you the punch statements for your life. One, inside the frame and perception given by your pattern. Inside the frame and perception given by your possibility. When you are able to see people as possibility, you will have tremendous passions. All ashramites will understand this statement. You will have tremendous passions. You will wait and go on reminding. I am nothing but a reminder. I am nothing but a reminder. When you see the possibilities, I can say in a way, eternal reminder. when I see the possibilities, please understand, when I see the possibilities, your cognition starts functioning based on compassion. I tell you, please understand, even if you feel suffocating, imprisoned, live with a person who sees your possibility. Even if you feel free, liberated, don't live with people who see you only from pattern. I'm defining real freedom and real bondage. Living with a person who sees your possibility, who sees yourself as a possibility, who has seen his possibility and who sees you as possibility, even life around him, with him, feels like suffocating or bondage. Live with him. When you bring integrity, you will heal all the damage you caused inside you, outside you, due to the relationships, the ignorance you had in the zone of relationships. Listen. Your ignorance in the space of relationship not only causes damage in others, it causes damage in you also. When you cause damage in your spouse, in your mother, in your father, be very clear, you cause damage in you. Because your father, mother, spouse, all the relationships you carry decides the confidence and the energy you have about you. When you bring the integrity as a space inside you, the space you perceive, you experience, you operate, suddenly so much of healing happens to you and to others who are living around you, who are relating with you, fortunately or unfortunately. Listen, one of the important healing factor in relationships is the other person feeling confident, you are transformed, you are going to be different in future. To tell you honestly, nobody is too serious about the past hurt. Everybody is expecting about what is going to be the future. If you give them the confidence, assurance, the future is going to be really transformed, authentic and responsible. There is nobody who is not ready to heal their past or drop their past. Everyone is waiting to drop their past and relate with you in a new way. Who is interested in carrying the past wounds? Just like how you are waiting to drop the past and have the new future. Everyone is waiting to drop the past and create the new future. Understand, I have seen in my experience, when authenticity happens, you are ready to spontaneously relate with every new being who is coming in your presence. I have seen some people running away from society, hiding themselves in caves. Listen, sitting in cave and meditating is not wrong, but if you are doing it for wrong reason, it is wrong. If you are inauthentic and unable to handle the people who come in your space authentically, spontaneously, you just want to escape from all relationships and you go and hide in the caves. It is inauthentic. Everything has to happen out of completion. Living out of completion is your birthright. Every human being, first thing they should do when you start living your life is find the root thought patterns, suffering patterns, which is causing you suffering, and complete. That completion gives you the courage to relate with human beings with integrity and authenticity. People are afraid to relate with other human beings. Even when you go to meet your friends, you prepare all the statements you have to tell him. Why can't you be spontaneous? Even to meet with your friend, why do you need so much of preparation? Why do you need so much of inauthentic strategy planning? Why do you need so much of lack of integrity verbal preparation? It is so unfortunate. The trust level between the friends is dropped because the trust between you and you is stopped. You are afraid. Even with you, you don't sit spontaneously. Even with you, you rehearse and talk. That is why you can't talk spontaneously with others. Life is mirror. If you try to project victim mentality, life will say tathastu. Don't expect sympathy from life by showing yourself as victim. No. It will simply say tathastu. Let you be the victim as you described. Let you be poor as you wanted. Life is a huge, eternal, perpetual tathastu. So be it. How you present yourself to the life, it says tathastu. Never ever try to show yourself, try to perceive yourself as a victim. Decide. Victimhood is the past mistake. I'll never allow that to be a future reality. Victimhood is the past mistake. I'll never allow that into a future reality. Goats will always be sacrificed. Lions will never be. In the life, only goats will be sacrificed. Lions will never be. Decide to get out of this victim mentality. to get out of this impossibility. And be very clear, it is possible to get out. You may just need to spend little time with yourself. You may just need to redirect your energies towards yourself. When you know how you behave, respond, when you know how you behave and respond when you are scared and crazy, the moment you know the pattern, how you behave, your standard response, how you cognize when you are scared and go crazy, how you react. The moment you understand, decide, I am not going to flow in the same pattern again. Get rid of it, complete with it. You have only two possibilities. First, heal, enrich your relationship with you. Do Swapurnatva, self-completion, by bringing integrity with you, authenticity with you, responsibility about you, enriching yourself. Listen, I ask you to bring these three qualities in you as a first priority. That does not mean I am asking you to do only this. You have to be doing it simultaneously with you and others also. Only then it happens in you. When you bring completion to you, relationship with you starts. Enriching yourself starts. If you don't have confidence, you can look at you, you can be with you, you are comfortable with you, you can raise yourself by yourself. Who can be with you? Who else can look at you? Who else will be comfortable with you? I tell you, in the cosmic constitution, the first amendment is you should be taught to be comfortable with you. That is your first amendment right. Man should be comfortable with himself. You should be able to be comfortable with you. That is the first amendment in cosmic constitution. Freedom of speech comes second. You have freedom to speak with others only if you have freedom to speak with you. Understand the science of relationships. It is not just the phenomena of the mind. It's a phenomena of the body. Do not collapse relationships. Please understand. Do not illogically collapse relationships. It will directly affect some part of your body. unless you are logically completely convinced that this relationship can't be maintained, this is going to be abusive, it is going to be disturbing and disrupting your life, don't collapse any relationship. That is why I always insist when people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to go for divorce, I tell them, wait for some more time. They say, no, Swamiji, anyhow I have decided I can't live with her, I can't live with him, better let me break now. Why torture? I tell them, no. If you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive, this is not the way you want to live. Then if you break, you will not have any physical diseases. But before your biomemory or muscle memory is convinced, only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, the collapsing will simply turn into a disease inside you. That is why I insist, wait for some more time. Whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision, let's see. Let us see how your mind is able to continue.
That's a beautiful session. What Swamiji did, the essence, like I should say, the sacred mantra for successful relationship. Like Swamiji explained beautifully, every relationship in your life, like how you are waiting for you to experience a possibility in relationship, the other person is also waiting for them to experience that possibility. They're also looking forward to experiencing a possibility. Every one of you that are here, how many of you understood the difference between seeing a relationship as a pattern and seeing a relationship as a possibility? Can I request you all to post? Just type out what you understand as seeing a relationship as a pattern or seeing a relationship as a possibility.
Very beautifully, Swamiji said that the relationship in which we engage in, right? Most of the time, it is our reflection only. And understand, Swamiji says, all the relationship you have been engaging in all this while, it is nothing but you have manifested. And if you're facing a problem in your relationship, you have decided it. You have designed in such a way to experience that. To understand, anything which you are experiencing in your life, whether good or bad, it is your manifestation. Very beautiful Swamiji gave the example of victimhood. How it is, for example, you're going through a very bad relationship and you feel victimized for it. It is your manifestation only.
Please understand, every relationship in your life, whether it is something good, you feel it is something that is adding value to you, or something you feel is like restricting you, both. You have your response to the situations, your response to how you perceive each relationship decides, chooses whether it binds you or rebels you. I remember a very nice story that Swamiji tells. There are one drunkard father has two sons. Okay. So this father is like a drunkard. He keeps drinking all day. And both of his son grows up, literally they both grow up with him. And the first son, like as soon as they finish growing up, the first son would have become a drunkard. He would also become a drunkard because from young age he'll see his father and he'll be like, God, look at my house. I only see my father drinking always. So this is the only thing I see. And he picks up drinking as a quality. And when he grows up, he also becomes a drunkard. The second son, he looks at the father and he says, God, look at this, with this one pattern, with this one habit. My father has destroyed his life. Let me learn how not to repeat the same pattern in me. And he became so hardworking that he became 10 times more successful. How you experience reality, whether you are going to allow the relationships that you have to restrict you, or whether the relationships that you have will liberate you, is in your hands. Please understand, this is very, very important. Every relationship in life, Ma Lissy Wong, Ma Parabrahma Surupini, Ma Iqbal, Ma Deepika, Ma Sangeeta, Ma Khalili, can I request all of you to post if you're all understanding? This is a very, very important session because this is going to make you understand so much in depth about what exactly is a relationship. What does it mean when we say relationship is a possibility? How do you actually manifest that possibility in life? If you have, see, it is like if you wear a purple color glass, okay, you look at the whole world, everything is going to appear purple to you. If you wear a purple color glass and you look at a red rose, you look at a white wall, you look at the yellow flower, all of it will appear with a hint of purple. What we do, we try to take a white paint and go and paint, keep painting the wall and say, why is the wall still not white? Why is the wall still not white? The problem is not with the wall. Or sometimes you go to the other extreme and say, there's a problem with my eyes. I cannot see everything in life, anything in life other than purple color. There's a problem with eyesight. Better let me just go blind. No, neither the problem is with color of the objects you're seeing, nor the problem is with your eyesight. The problem is just the layer of glass that you have added. How many of you are catching this? Many times we either beat up ourselves, you start getting God, my relationship is so abusive, my relationship is manipulating, my relationship is exploiting me, I cannot handle this. Either you flare up, respond to the situations outside, blaming the situations outside, trying to correct the situation outside, or you take it to the other extreme end where you beat up yourself. You say, oh my God, I am the reason. If alone I had not been like this, I would have not manifested such a bad relationship. I am like this. I am never capable of manifesting new relationships in life. Both are wrong. The constant blaming from outside, constant labeling on the inside, both are wrong. The problem is the blind spot you need to identify is just the layer, the filter that you see life with. It is a delusion, it's a filter, it is Maya. It does not exist, but makes you believe that it exists, makes you look at life from that perception, by that experience.
Understand? See, as very beautifully Nithyananda was saying, right? How we perceive the world around us. And that is why, because of this, we unconsciously we unconsciously perceive that whatever is happening around me is the reality. But it is nothing but a reflection of the inner space which you are carrying inside of you. Very beautifully, Swamiji says in the satsang, life is a mirror. Okay. Just imagine, okay, you're having a mirror. Okay, let's say you are arguing with your mother. Okay, instead of looking at your mother, instead of looking at your mother's face, just imagine a mirror over it.
Okay, and are all of you catching this? All the participants? Because this is a very, very important truth. If you just understand how you see life, how everything is only a reflection, it's like a mirror. Like Mahaviraja was just explaining. You need to see, we are not, see here, many times when it comes to, especially when it comes to relationships, we feel, oh, if I complete, does that mean my husband has done everything right? Does that mean my mother-in-law is always fair to me? It is not. Only society trains you to think in the binary of right and wrong. Understand, completion is not about declaring who's right, who's wrong. Completion is about healing the suffering that impact the situation has on you and you manifesting the situation the way you want. I have a question from one of the participants who's asked about what should we do. So the participant has asked that what about situations where the husband constantly cheats on wife? I do not have this experience, but one of my one of my family members have this experience. Unfortunately, the wife does not cheat, but the husband does, and does not take care of his wife and kids. In what way she might have manifested all this ma, and what should she do to stop it? It's a very good question in terms of, because it is important for us to understand when certain situation happens in our life, right? We decide, okay, this person is doing something so wrong, so unfair. Now I'm going to address something important. Swami very beautifully explains for this. The problem is the moment you find someone is cheating on you, you find someone is not being honest with you. What happens exactly? Each one, everyone, listen carefully. All the participants here, there are many people who might have this as an issue, who might have similar situations, even if not the similar situations, where you feel your mother-in-law doesn't treat you well, or you may feel your husband is cheating on you, or you may have your wife cheating on you. Understand, listen carefully to this. All the situations happening, I am not addressing, I'm not telling it is right or wrong. It may be dharmically wrong, it may be cosmically wrong in every level. But the suffering that you are carrying inside you, you are responsible to heal it. For example, if I am, let's say someone comes and calls me, let's say, I'll give you all an example. All the participants who have this as a question, listen carefully. Let's say someone comes and calls me an idiot. I might not get triggered by it, but I'll just go and try to make that person. But still, it's wrong. It's wrong. You cannot just go and yell at someone, call them names. So I'm going to go and I'm going to make that person understand. But personally, inside me, I will not be affected by it. It is wrong. It is dharmically wrong. You cannot just go if someone is walking on the road and someone screams, yells and abuses at another person. It is wrong. But at that moment, I may not get triggered. I will just go and explain to them, hey, look, what you're doing is wrong. This is not required, it is not fair. And I will talk to him. But that talking will not have an influence of incompletion. The same situation, let's say someone calls some other word. Maybe someone calls unintelligent or lazy, any other word. It could be different for everyone, right? So maybe that could trigger me, then I may go and respond. In both situations, the action of responding is happening, but the response in the latter is coming with infused powerlessness because that something it triggers like a pain point in me. All of you listen carefully. However, whether it is dharmically right, wrong, we will come to that later. But understand, each of you, if you address a situation of cheating or where you feel the other person is wrong, you can address it, but you should not carry the suffering for it. The moment you carry the suffering for it inside you, you are bound to feel exploited by the end of it. It is nothing to, I'm not even telling about whether the other person will exploit you or not. They may not. But if you carry the suffering in you, you will feel exploited by the other person because you're going from a powerless space. So what you do, you expect. How many of you are relating to this in your respective situations? When you feel something wrong has happened to you go to the other person with an expectation that they should acknowledge that they did wrong to you. They should console you that they did wrong to you. How many of you will go with this space? Raise your hands.
Actually, this is one of the number one expectation we seek from the other person also.
Exactly. We will feel, God, he has done so much. How could he do this? For all the number of hours I've lived my life for him, for so much of sacrifice I've done for him. How could he do this to me? You feel so agitated. So, what you do in that powerlessness, in that deep agitation, you go to the other person expecting consolation, expecting the acknowledgement. What happens when that other person does not, and when that other person tells you, hey, you are like this, look at you how you are, they start calling out your powerlessness, you feel exploited. How many of you are catching this? How many of you understanding this?
If you just understand this one thing alone, if you just understand this one truth that's found is given, you will see very beautifully any relationship you take. You'll be able to clearly see where the problem is. Why am I manifesting the problem? And you'll also know the solution for it.
So the question is continuing. So should she stop that suffering in her inner space, regardless of what her husband does? But of course, as you said, she should not allow the obvious abuse from him. Did I capture it well? Yes, ma. Just to give you a little bit more context into it. See, understand. The act of cheating is wrong. Cheating is wrong. Dharmically, it is wrong. Listen carefully. When she addresses it right now, if she goes from the space, I feel cheated. How could he do this to me? Why is life so unfair? What have I done that I deserve this? What have I done that for me to go through this? That pattern in her will be that agitation. Literally, her inner space will be so agitated with this. It will be like a wound, open wound. See, I'll give you an example. If she has a wound, it's an open wound, right? If she is going to come where my hand is and touch me with that wound, and my hand is going to hit that, she is going to feel pain. Understand? The first thing she needs to do, if she really wants to solve that issue, bring her to completion. When she completes, not that completion is not telling, oh God, no, I am the reason. Let me sit, let me complete, let me take the blame. Then whatever happens, even if my husband cheats on me, I am the reason. No. Completion is not self blaming. Completion is not empowering your victimhood. Completion is deciding, come what may, when you feel so powerful inside you, just your one word or even your one look will change the situation because your inner space would have changed. That act will not cause powerlessness in you. You will know the correct way of dealing it. You will be able to deal it in the most powerful way. This is what the magic of completion does. Ma, all the participants who have had this issue, listen carefully. You have posted, okay, you have posted that this is exactly what is happening to her, and all depressed, etc., and health issues. Exactly. This was what will happen to anyone. See, many times, ma, there's actually a one. When I talk about this, right, I'm reminded of a story of one of the celebrity, and she had it became like a big news where just because something like she felt something unfair has happened to her, and she felt like her husband cheated on her or whatever, and that celebrity who was a public personality fell into such a deep depression, became an alcohol addict, lost all the money, lost everything, and that person just died in a few years. There's such a powerful truth that Swamiji tells. When the worst, most dangerous thing is when victimhood enters into you. It is the most cunning thing because it makes you feel you are wrong. It makes you feel like something wrong is being done to you. Factually, wrong is being done. I'm not telling no, but listen carefully. If you allow that powerlessness and deal with the cheating from that end of the day, you will feel exploited because the consolation that the victimhood in you seeks, the kind of acknowledgement that it seeks, you will not get. You will feel exploited, you will feel cheated, you will feel depressed, you will feel abused. End of the day, you will destroy your life. Instead, be a little smart. If you really feel like I have to, how can your spouse do this to you? You have to get a response from them. You have to make them accountable for it, or you feel like you want to give them back for it. Understand, your powerlessness, it will not get you anywhere. It will only make the enemy more powerful for you, or it will only make the people who are abusing you have more power over you. The first thing you need to do, it may be difficult. You may feel, oh God, if I complete this, if this feeling goes from me, what about this thing? I need that justice. I need justice for me. Settle that part. Complete. Drop that entire part that is agitated, that is demanding. And the moment you complete, you'll feel like that purple glass has been removed from you. You will be able to address the issue without feeling impacted by it. That powerlessness is removed. You will address the issue so powerfully that the person you will be able to deliver the real justice. This is the most powerful science.
Actually, this is the very same technique Swamiji uses for every single one of us. When problem is given to us, like any situation, any problem you take, you say Swamiji saying, Swamiji, please do this for me. I'm suffering so much in everything. Swamiji, of course, he's Paramashiva, right? He cannot be affected. He sits in a pure, unclutched space, have pure listening. In that space, he clearly dissects what exactly is the problem, what is the powerlessness, what's the solution. Understand the very beautifully Swamiji says, if you want to make a decision in your life, if something is happening to you, want to take a decision in your life, never take any decision out of your powerlessness. Be in the space of pure unclutching. That's it. That's enough. Only in the space of pure unclutching, only any decision comes or any problem come, any situation come in your way, you'll be able to see what is the problem, what is the powerlessness, what's the root for it, and the solution for it. This is how Swamiji takes care of all the problems. Understand? It's not just one or two. Everyone's problem. Of course, Swamiji cannot be touched at all. He sits in the Paramashanta space. Any problem comes in Swamiji, right? Any problem comes to Swamiji. Out of the pure completion, he addresses the person. And at the end of the day, the person who's suffering, he also will be complete about it.
And listen carefully. The moment you do this, all of you understand. You doing completion does not make you powerless. Just because you do completion doesn't mean, oh, am I accepting that something is wrong with me? No. If you do completion, you will be smart. You will be able to handle life from the right understanding. Okay, here comes another question. Kareen is asking. Even if we cognize that what we live with others comes from what we have lived when we were a child, I don't know how to complete and be at peace with all the violence my family still makes me live today. See, Ma, completion is not coming to peace. The understanding of coming to peace, forgiving, all these in society is wrong. Understand, society teaches you to blame yourself, or society teaches you to suppress. No, what will happen if you suppress? One day, like a volcano, it will just burst. Why volcano happens? It's the immense pressure from inside, the immense pressure from outside. At one point, that pressure from the earth pushes it to the maximum. The upthrust is so much that the force breaks up into volcano. Listen carefully. The exact same thing, when you keep suppressing, the patterns that are boiling inside you will just at once, it will just go beyond an extent. You will just flare up at life and you will make rash decisions. Listen, this is the exact same thing. Listen, completion is not called coming to peace. No. Drop the idea of completion is coming to peace. No. Completion is you healing the wounds inside you. Let's say when you were a child, your parents, you went through some violence in the family, any incompletion, anything. You have grown up now into an adult. From that time to now, I am not telling what your family did to you is right, but the part of you, the wound you're carrying, who is suffering? See, it is like, let's say, for example, Makirin, listen to this example, okay? Let's say something happens. Okay, let's say someone takes and creates a scratch in my hand, okay? Let's say someone comes, they hit me, they create a scratch in my hand. I'm giving you a very practical example. Now, the scratch in my hand is a problem I need to attend to. As long as I carry the scratch in my hand, anyone else that comes, I will feel insecure to go to anyone else because I'm afraid, okay, they might also scratch me the same way. And anyone that touches the scar, it will keep paining. The person who scratches me may scratch me and go, or they may just keep trying to come back at me, whatever the situation is. But as long as I carry the wound, I am going to suffer the pain. Should I tell, I will keep this wound till the day I'm able to give him back the same wound? It's foolishness. Society tells being at peace is this. Society tells, okay, let me just take the wound, let me just take blame, let me just leave it. No. Completion is you healing the wound. So when you go back, you are without any pain, any wound, you just address the other person from the right space without the impact or influence. You are not able to right now complete with it, Kareen, because the exact feeling you have. You feel life, this is the exact thought current. As I'm seeing you, this is the exact thought current Swamiji is telling me. You have a deep feeling life has been unfair to you. What you were supposed to get, what you deserve, you feel has been snatched away from you. This is the exact feeling that you have, exact pattern. You feel life has snatched away from you. Understand, with that power, you're afraid to complete, you have resistance to complete because you feel, oh my God, if I complete, does that mean I'm accepting the things being taken away from me? No, but without completion, you'll never be able to get it back. That's the fact. If I have the wound in me, let's say someone scratches me and I have the wound in me, how much ever I try to go back to the person, the lingering pain of that wound will keep being there on me and I'll keep reacting because of that pain, making irrational decisions. No. First solution, smart solution is remove that pain, heal it, completely remove that pain. The moment you do that, you will deal with life such a powerful way. Real dharmic way you will deal with life.
Actually, I would give my own experience for this. Swamiji says very beautifully that the way you perceive, right, anything, whether whether you're having conflict in your relationship or anything, right, you need to understand that the pain you carry. See, if you have powerlessness, see, you're having a situation with other person, right, and you're carrying the pain, and when you want to go and complete with it, instead of completing the pain, we only suppress it most of the time. This was Swamiji, completion. Instant completion is not blaming yourself or suppressing, making yourself victimized or
or blaming the other person. No, completion is neither blaming the person nor blaming yourself. It is just healing yourself completely. I'll give my own example for this, okay? Before I joined Gurukul, I used to argue with my mom with anything. Even for such a silly thing, I used to argue with her. And most of the time, I used to tell her, "You're being partial to my brother. I have an elder brother." And I used to tell her that you're so partial to him and you're not taking care of me, you do not love me. She'll be like, "No, I don't think like that." It's like she also feels really hurtful. But it kept on going back like this. Like once there like a really a terrible fight happened. I told her, "I'm not going to talk to you at all. You go away. I'm going to go sit in my room and everything." And after that, I was just sitting there. I was just contemplating what, and I was just thinking with myself. And then after I completely forgot about it. Then after that, okay, she also forgot about it. And then after that, instead of completing with the wound we carried, we continued our conversation. Then the next fight happened, became even more incomplete. Instead of healing the pus grew even more bigger. So it came to a point where literally every single hour we used to argue with each other. Then very beautifully then after it, my mom at the time I was like 7 years old, and my mom was like, "Okay, this is really going nowhere. Every single day fight is happening like this. I do not know." She then after it, she after this she took some time with herself and she opened the living in it book. Very beautifully, Swamiji said that everything happening in your life is a reflection of your inner space. If you carry powerlessness inside of you, the same thing you're projecting. Without healing the wound inside yourself, when you want to heal the wound outside of you, you will not get any solution. She read this one thing. My mom had a really big hit in her. Like, oh my god, this is what I've been doing to her, my daughter. Where, like, every single time, instead of completing with the powerlessness she had inside herself, she always put down the powerlessness on me. And at the end, we had a very bad relationship. Then for 3 days, she just kept quiet and she was just completing, wrote down all the incompletion she had with me and everything. And then 3 days after that, I woke up in the morning and said, "Ma, how are you?" She was so loving and she gave me a tight hug. I was like, "What did you do, Ma? 3 days ago, we fought with each other. Today you're giving me a hug. What did you do? Tell me the thing. I also want to do the same thing." Then very beautifully she said, "See, the reality around you is nothing but a reflection of your inner space. If you drop that hangover in you, you will see even the world around you will change." So this is to understand that life is a mirror. If you carry the powerlessness inside yourself and without completing it, that same powerlessness will be shown outside. This is what all of us can relate in most of the relationship we carry. Instead of completing with the powerlessness we carry inside ourselves, we complete outside, but not the inside. The wound is inside of you. Instead of healing the wound, instead of taking care of it, we blame the other situation. How many of you are able to relate to this? Because all participants have posted their understanding. If you have any further questions, so do feel free to post in the chat section. Are all of you clicking with this and understanding this? Okay, I see many of you are posting, you're clicking. So powerful. Thank you so much. And so much for me to learn from what you both are sharing. And okay, Ma Rohini is putting a big wow. Ma Rohini, actually understand. Ma Rohini, just one thing do. Complete. Really, I'm telling you, completion will bring so much of justice to you in your life. Many times, especially for women, right? The core pattern for men is the core pattern is wanting to have, they feel they want to have that control. For women is feeling insecure, feeling that you will be exploited. These are the two main patterns. Men have the pattern that they will feel, oh, okay, they may not get what they want. They are dependent on you for what they want, their needs. They may not get that from you. And for women, you feel you will not be at the time you need the most, that protection will be taken away from you. Feel insecure.
If we understand our inner space, if you explore yourself, you will see real powerful, really, you will feel so powerful from inside. This is the real empowering. This is the real feminism. Not simply trying to battle on the outside saying, I want to be equal, equal. No. If you just complete, nothing, no insecurity in you will be there to get triggered. And real justice will happen to you. If Ma Rohini, just do deep completion today, you will see so much of healing will happen in your inner space. So much of completion will happen in your inner space. Everyone, this is for all of you. Sit now. If you all do this completion, sincerely do the completion, and shift the exact space whatever you are having inside you, where all you see relationships as patterns. How you see the relationship as pattern. First, take responsibility. It is okay. Don't think if I tell them seeing as a pattern, then does that mean I become wrong? Nobody is right or wrong here. You're going to complete for what you are creating in your life. Only then your reality will change. Take a few minutes. Decide to bring integrity as the space inside you. Pen down what exactly, if you feel exploited, if you feel not cared for, whatever you have as a feeling inside you, pen that down. Take a few minutes, write it down. Whether you perceive yourself as not cared for, not loved,
all the wounds, all the wounds you carry within yourself, all the powerlessness you carry within yourself, write it down.
Hope all of you have finished writing. Now, how many of you sincerely looked in, identified precisely the exact incident where you felt this way? Could you all please post? Can I request all the participants to please post? How many of you actually felt? You identified the exact incident. You were able to hit exactly at your powerless. Do this very sincerely. It will transform your life. It is like the best thing you can do for yourself. Now, all the incidents that you have written down, sit now, go back to that exact same incident, whatever you have written down. Listen carefully, all of you, Ma Stephanie, Ma Basti, Ma Karine, Ma Rohini, Ma Chenchia, Ma Lita, Ma Julie, every one of you here. Sit sincerely right now, look in. See and identify precisely how you perceive that same pattern and projected it on life. Not just you perceive the pattern, you projected the same pattern on life. Many times you feel that, oh my God, the whole injustice is done to me. Even next time, it may not be the same. Let's say, for example, you feel your husband has done injustice to you. You will feel the same with your boss. I am not telling the person has done or not, but I'm saying you will keep projecting that powerlessness on everyone and perceiving life through that. Sit, go through a desire for an intense completion and chant the like Mahavakya intensely. When you sit for the completion, whenever you feel victim, just remember Swamiji. Again, go back, do the completion. It may be difficult for you sometimes, or sometimes your mind will try to tell you, no, 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 if you complete, does that mean you have become wrong? Just listen to this carefully. Drop, ferociously decide, and do a completion with all the incidents. Sit with Atmamurti, do the deep completion, listen carefully. First, sit with Atmamurti as the mirror. Literally, in Atmamurti, Swamiji will be your mirror. Just pray to Swamiji, connect to Swamiji, and say, Swamiji, remove this powerlessness from me. I will relive the whole incident in front of you. Go back. It is okay if you, whenever is the first incident where you remember, you felt that powerlessness. It could be when you were small. Sometimes you may not remember the incidents when you were small. Go back to the recent incident. It is okay. It may be something that happened last year, last month, yesterday, whatever it is. Go back to that exact same incident. Relive. Powerlessness will come. You will feel that whole feeling standing in you. Relive. Complete deeply inside of you. Go for completion. Just be completely open with your Atmamurti. See, understand? Atmamurti is the representation of Swamiji. Swamiji himself is there. So I request all the participants, see, when you're doing the completion, don't get superficial. Okay? I'm just sharing what I felt now. Exactly how you felt. All the emotions you went through. Tell as it is. Okay, only when you see, if you are completing, but instead of completing fully, superficially if you complete, you yourself will not be complete actually. You'll be like just for name chipping, I did completion. But only if you actually sit, go through all the incident, all the powerlessness you went through, and completing, only then you will feel the lightness within you. Now, I request all the participants to intense the deep completion inside of you.
Nithyananda. So let us all settle down. From your experience in writing down the situation, incidents, patterns. So all of you just settle down. Be in that completion space. Be with Swamiji. And now let's go on to the power manifestation session. So I have a very exciting power manifestation session with all of you right now. Today, we're going to be manifesting the power of mind reading. So now I'm going to be making you understand a little bit deeper on what is mind reading. Mind reading is nothing but reading your own thoughts in which you project onto others. See, almost the whole humanity have very similar thought trends. Even the pain patterns they carry, the type of thought currents they feel when they feel powerless, is very similar to even what you're going through. You may think, oh, maybe I'm like the only one that is suffering like this. Maybe the way how it happened is a little different, but the conclusions and cognitions most of the time people come to is very similar. So today we're going to be doing mind reading, where you're going to be sitting with your partner and you're going to be scanning them. See why this happens? Because when you're scanning the opposite person, when you're scanning the thought current that they're carrying, you're going to scan exactly where they are stuck. You will scan and see where the energy knot is happening within them. How? When you're actually closing your, connecting to Swamiji in your third eye through oneness, what starts happening is that the frequency in which they are vibrating in becomes a signal that enters into the third eye. And you're actually, from the pure silence, means what? Completion means you don't have words in which you are continuously saying to yourself. When you experience completion in your inner space, the words literally becomes pure silence, correct? So just like that, what you're going to be doing in mind reading right now with your partner is you're going to be scanning where is the energy not happening within them. What is the energy not within them? What is the thought current in which they are stuck in? You can even see whether if it's a small age, whatever it may be. So I hope you can actually partner up with your partner right now. And I will help guide all of you through exactly what is happening. So let's partner up. You can actually message down on the chat below and you can connect to any of your partner there. And if you have any questions, you can feel free to ask. As I'm sitting over here, I'm also able to help scan you and guide you further into it. So is everyone ready? Please ensure you reach out to someone on the chat below. Okay. Okay, now, so let's all sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And we're going to be chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So all of you, please start chanting right now. What is it in which your partner is currently suffering with in their life, in which is making them feel like they have to carry the type of thought currents they have? Remember, when you are scanning the person, when you're scanning your partner, scan, is there a particular memory in their life that has happened, that created an incident, a root pattern. What is it that they experienced at that age, at that time? What was the thought current in which they cherished? Was it related to worry? Was it fear? Was it unfulfillment? Is it attention need? Go in, look in, scan your partner, scan the opposite partner, and see. What is it that they went through? What were the words they uttered to themselves in which made them feel that this is the way they have to live their life? So all of you can start. See, a few days ago, we were doing Savanyatva. Actually, it just yesterday, the day before yesterday, we were doing spiritual alchemy products. All of you had the ability to scan the longitude and latitude and describe the place, whether if it was the emotions, whether if it was the how it looked like. So the same way, but this time for mind reading, you're scanning the opposite person, the root thought current, the source thought current. So all of you, please start scanning. Like I said, please chant the Mahavakya. I'm also going to be here helping all of you manifest the powers. Anytime anyone wants to actually share what is it that you are getting through, what is the breakthrough you have, please do tell. Yes. I'm seeing some people may be asking, oh, how do I know that it's the third eye telling instead of my logic? Well, ensure that whoever that you're scanning is actually someone that you're not, someone that you don't know. Ensure that the person is someone that you just newly met. So this is going to authenticate the whole situation. But when it comes to differentiating between the mind and the third eye, how do you know that you're retrieving information? See, third eye functions from pure soundlessness, silence. When you hear people or when you listen to them, it doesn't get converted into an actual active inner image for you. The thoughts, the words, it does not actually affect you. So when the third eye is doing it, you'll just simply see the level of information that comes out. Even when you're looking at it, it will give you a shift. It will give you a click. So all of you try, manifest. Do not be nervous about the power. This is one of the most amazing, enriching power you can have for anyone in your life. Anything in which you do. Just simply chant the Mahavakya and connect. So see, when the third eye starts telling you exactly what is happening, don't worry about it. Don't wait for the full thing to happen. For now, tell whatever that is that the person experiencing? Maybe in an emotional way, the person was feeling a lot of heaviness. So the thought current was that in their life, they experienced heaviness about a particular situation. Maybe heaviness related to their relationship with their father or mother or siblings. Of course, we feel heaviness with everyone in general or everything, but that heaviness will be a particular impact on this person. So scan and see. If, let's say, the emotional revelation is happening first, go ahead and do that first. If it's more of the words, you are able to strongly feel a particular thought current. And sometimes you may also have that thought current. Then Swamiji is just basically showing you what you also understand. The third eye is also revealing to you what you can understand in your language. Remember, just connect to Swamiji in the third eye. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. Vibrate. Just ensure that whatever it is that you're seeing, just be integrated to how Swamiji is showing you through the third eye. So whoever that wants to start sharing, you can start sharing down below what exactly Swamiji has revealed to you about your partner. What was it? The cognition, the thought current in which they carry. It can even be simply the thought current's cognition. It does not need to be something external like a person. It can also be something of internal, the way they carry about themselves. Sometimes it happens like that. You may be scanning to see whether or not the type of thought currents in which they have about others. But ultimately, what's getting highlighted in the third eye is the thought currents in which they carry about themselves. So it does not matter what it is. If the third eye, Swamiji flowing through you through the third eye is showing you that is the layer in which is affecting them, then be integrated to that and start writing it. You will just simply see the person, the partner that you're scanning for will be able to relate. Because when you are looking in and you're able to solve your own problems using the powerful cognitions of the third eye, simply when you are scanning others, you'll be able to highlight the exact problem sometimes you may be facing in your own life and you're able to help enrich them with completion, powerful cognition. So go ahead, start typing out anything in which the third eye has shown you. Okay, now we're going to go to round number 2. You're going to pick up again. Even if you don't have a partner, maybe it's the same partner again, no problem. See, there's 7 energy centers in the body, from the Muladhara chakra right up to Sahasrara chakra. Okay, you have, what are the 7? The Muladhara, which is the root center, Swadhisthana, which is the being center. Then you have the Manipuraka, which is the navel center, the navel region. Then you have the Anahata chakra, which is the heart center. Then above it, you have the Vishuddhi, which is the throat center. You have the Agnya, which is the third eye. And you have the Sahasrara chakra, which is the head. Each one of these energy centers, they have a cognition. You store your cognition when you experience life. Whether life gives you shock, pleasure, pain, bliss, the energy centers experiences everything. You store it, like how your computer can store, your USB can store all the memories that you want, right? Just like that, the energy center stores your experiences. For instance, Muladhara chakra. Maybe as you're scanning the person, you're able to see the third eye highlighting the lower region of their body. Or the third eye is highlighting something that has that the person has experienced related to desire, lust, greed. Always remember, the Muladhara chakra carries the cognition of also me wanting. I need to have it. This is my desire. I want to possess it. So anytime when this person, the partner in which you're scanning, saying, I want to possess, the person can possess their body, their own physical body. The person can possess wealth, material, immaterial items. The person can possess their consciousness. The person can possess relationship with their own body or relationship with other people's body. They can, so whatever it is, when it comes to the cognition that I want to possess, that happens in the base center, the Muladhara chakra. If let's say there is so much fantasy evoked in the person, fantasy-based reality, what we call it, that person functions because the energy center of the Muladhara has become corrupted with the wrong visualization. So what starts happening, even if they had all the best tools in life, but because of the cognitions maybe they may have carried, what starts happening, that particular thought current that I need to possess something starts happening in the Muladhara region, which is the root center. Then you have the Swadesh, just like that, all the other 6 energy centers has a particular thought current in which you store. So I'll run through very quickly for all of you. So in the second round, you can implement the same thing. In the Swadhisthana chakra, it's more fear-based. I'm scared. What if I lose something? I'm afraid it'll be taken away from me. Fear is where the Swadhisthana chakra gets affected. Then you have the Manipuraka chakra, which is the navel center. Over here, the thought currents, the cognition you carry about everything related to worry. I'm worrying about this. I worry about this a lot. I worried just 21 minutes ago. I don't know whether or not maybe my friend is going to call me. I don't know whether or not I'm going to get a promotion at my career. I don't know whether or not I'm going to get good marks. I don't know if I'm going to be liked. Anything related to worry center is happening. The cognitions of worry, all of the cognitions of worry get stored in the stomach, in the navel, Manipuraka chakra. Then you go to the Anahata chakra. The Anahata chakra is related to the heart center. The Anahata chakra is related to the heart center. The heart center is nothing but your attention. Means, how can I utilize this? Anything related to the thought current of how can I use this? How can this be useful for me? Anahata chakra. Then you have the Vishuddhi. Vishuddhi is the comparison. Any thought current in which you feel that you have to compare yourself with. Oh, I have something less. This person has something more. Anything related to comparing, jealousy, looking at the other side. Grass is greener on the other side. That is the Vishuddhi. Not feeling that you are unique. I am not appreciated. I am not unique. All those thought currents get stored here. I'm not saying only the challenging thought currents get stored here, even the positive ones. If you feel you're unique, whatever you say, everyone will just listen because they know they are listening to an authentic person. Then you have the Anya, which is the ego. I have to be right. I, me, mine. The I, the ego. Then finally you have the Sahasrara chakra, which is the unfulfillment. Feeling unfulfilled. Even if you have something, you feel unfulfilled. You can never find the satisfactory in there. Are you all understanding? So in this round, scan the whole person's aura, the energy centers of this person. And just see simply what are the thought currents they are carrying in life. What is the most highlighted? What is the most highlighted? So please take a moment, sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and simply just chant the Mahavakya. Like again, I'm going to be here. I will be guiding you, entangling with all of you. So don't worry. I hope this explanation made it easier for all of you to understand how to connect with your partner and how to scan them. So let's all start. Just chant the Mahavakya, breathe in, breathe out, and empty your inner space. See, you're going to be like a mirror. Having listening means being an open space and not allowing what the other person's thought is to enter into you. The only way you can actually do that is when you scan the person through your third eye. Because the third eye is an extremely intelligent intra-organ that is able to diagnose anything and able to give the solutions as well. So just with your open space of completion, enriching, listening, connect to the energy of the opposite person and see what is it that they are stuck in? What are the thought currents in which they are having? So sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. So whatever it is the other person is seeing means in terms of when you're scanning them, right? And you're able to see, okay, I'm able to see this thought current. The person heavily is able to compare themselves to another. Or it can be something positive. This person does not have fear pattern. It can be anything. It can be a powerless situation. It can also be a powerful situation. So again, I'm requesting for you to connect with your partner. It's okay, even if it's the same partner. You're going to be going through their memory bank. It'll be something verifiable, but ensure that you don't know the person. And it's your first time scanning the partner, and you can actually scan the different ages, like means the different time. It doesn't need to be current. It can be current, it can be in the past, it can even be in the person's childhood. So you can verify across the many years they have gone through. Definitely, there'll be many incidents. Just scan through your third eye and ask Swamiji to reveal the details of it. Chant the Mahavakya. I apologize for that small technical glitch that we had earlier. So yes, I would request all of the participants to please share exactly what were you able to see when you're looking at your partner. Yes. So Matthew, instead of, so you have to scan. See, when you're scanning, anyone can scan for you, but definitely you only need to start seeing exactly what is it that is wrong with you, what is it that is wrong. See, you can even do self-mind reading, means scanning the root pattern in which you are entertaining in your life. When you're actually looking in, when you don't know what you're stuck in, when you just scan your own body, you scan your own mind, you'll be able to see exactly where, what cognition that you're stuck in. So all of you take that moment to connect with yourself. For instance, earlier, some people were just sharing how they go into depression, or how they want to be at peace with their family, how they want to do so much more with their children, but they're not able to get that completion happening with their family. So even anything that you want, whether it's privately progressing in your life for the career that you want, all of this is interrelated, interconnected with power manifestation. You can manifest the life you want now. So that is all for today's session. Remember, mind reading is an amazing power to have, because when you start scanning the thought current, the root thought current in which you're stuck in, when you dissect it, especially using your third eye, will be able to simply just burn off that thought current. Instead of fighting with all the different branches around the tree, directly when you scan with your third eye, you're able to pull the root source of it. So I hope all of you understood today's session and had fun with this power. Let us all proceed in another session where Swamiji is going to make us understand a little deeper. Yes. So anybody would like to share your answers still? Please go ahead, no problem. So we're going to be actually looking into the next session. And the next session is going to be on enlightened relationships. So let us all now watch the session.
True love and fulfilling relationships is your birthright. Please understand, what is true love? True love is the experience, the way, method through which you connect with everyone with the basic cognition of oneness. Please understand. The basic truth about life is oneness. The vast energy field where all of us experience that oneness. Having that oneness as a basic cognition, the way you relate with everyone, is true love. Fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again and gives you the experience of that oneness is fulfilling relationship. The person may be near you, far away from you. He may be your spouse. he or she may be your friend, whatever title name you may give, as long as that being brings you to the powerful space and reminds you, makes you experience oneness, it's fulfilling relationship. Relationship is the subject. I receive tons of questions every day. So I'll try to answer some of the questions related to relationship. First question, people always ask, Swamiji, what is true love and how do you experience it in your life? As just now I explained, true love is again and again reminding you the space of oneness, the unifying field of consciousness, and any thought, action, word comes from that experience of oneness towards anybody, anything is true love. Remember the basic truths about life of oneness. You will naturally experience true love in your life. People ask, how do I know if I am experiencing true love or just a mind game? Understand, if the other person again and again makes you powerful, makes you experience that oneness, you are experiencing true love, or forget about it, it's all just a mind game. People tell me, I seem to always attract the same kind of relationships. How do I get out of this pattern? How do I attract the right person into my life? First thing, you will always attract the same kind of relationship in your life as long as you carry the same pattern. When you get out of the pattern you are carrying, when you complete with all the patterns you are carrying, when you bring yourself to the completion from all the incompletions you are carrying, you will attract the right person into your life. Right person into your life. Till you carry the same pattern, you will attract the same kind of relationships in your life. Please understand, you, the way you relate, the way you respond, the way you utter words, that puts the expectation, that makes the other person to react, respond, reciprocate. So, end of the day, it is you who is molding even the other person through your relationship with that person. So, your pattern decides the way the other person's response to your relationship. People ask me sometimes, what makes it so difficult to move on from previous relationships? My past is affecting my ability to love. How can I clear the past and rewrite the relationship to be the way you want? Listen, you need to know. Anything brings you powerlessness, difficulty. You never had that systematically. Please understand. If you had wealth and lost it, if you had a relationship and lost it, if you had a health and lost it, you have not systematically built it. It has happened to you as an accident. Anything you consciously built it, anything you consciously build it, stays with you and makes you more and more powerful. If you feel your earlier relationships are failure, you need to know you did not build that consciously. It happened as an accident. Maybe just because you are a young girl or a young man, relationships would have happened. Not because you wanted to enter into it consciously with a purpose, with a clear goal in the life. So understand, the word relationship should not be used if it has happened as accident. So whenever some relationship breaks, fails, remember to name that as an accidental relationship, so that it is easy for you to get out of it, complete with it. You can clear the past, and at least next time you can be very sure about what you should be doing and should not be doing. The earlier relationships, why it worked and why it failed, the right lessons are learnt. The right context is set for you to rewrite the relationship, the new relationship, the way you wanted, the way you want to live. So understand, you can clear the past and rewrite the relationship the way you want, the way you want it to be, by understanding the right reasons why it worked and why it failed. So whatever is the reason why it failed, you need to complete with it, get rid of those patterns to make the relationship work in a right way. Sometimes people ask me, sometimes it seems like love alone is not enough to have a successful relationship. We seem to have many conflicts with people we love. What else other than love is needed? I tell you, completion. Completion with yourself and with others is the most important ingredient of a relationship. Love is actually the side effect of the relationship. Completion is the main ingredient of relationship. Completion with yourself and completion with others is the main ingredient of relationship. Please understand. Ability to see the possibility in you is completion with yourself. Ability to see the possibility in others is completion with others. So completion with yourself and completion with others is the first ingredient for a successful relationship. Love is side effect. When I say completion, I mean your ability to look at your possibility instead of denying constantly yourself, loading yourself with all the impossibilities and past failures. So denying yourself all possibilities incompletion, allowing your possibilities is completion. Same way, seeing and allowing others' possibility is completion with others. People ask, how can I heal my broken relationship with my wife, husband, sibling, son, daughter? Listen. This is a straight answer I am giving you. Decide, however difficult it may look in the initial level, decide to have completion with yourself and completion with all the relationships in your life. Look in how the world, the actual happenings, facts have been twisted, manipulated, interpreted by the my world happenings. Listen, just see how the world, the real factual happenings were interpreted, manipulated in your world, and do this like an exercise. Sit and look in how the relationship with your spouse, with your sibling, with your son, with your daughter started getting incomplete, started getting broken. Look into those incompletions and pen down, internalize, whether it is because of the fact or because of your interpretations. I can very clearly tell, mostly, in a way, almost always, it is because of your interpretations. Have enough intelligence and patience to look into your interpretations, and how many times it is proved your interpretations wrong, how you hold them up. Look in and complete with that. Complete with that. Complete with that. And sit and openly talk to your spouse, sibling, son or daughter, with whoever you have a broken relationship. Sit and openly have a discussion with them. Talk to them. That's the only way you can heal the broken relationships. You can complete. Same way, people feel sometime someone they love is not communicating with them. They say, we have tried many times. How do I get them to talk to me? Please listen. First thing, the other person not communicating with you is nothing but he has closed the doors on you. At those moments, trying more and more times may lead to more and more incompletion. There is only two things which can heal deep wounded incompletions, deep wounds in relationships. One is time, another one is friendliness. Without communicating, you can continue to carry friendliness towards the person. Understand, whether you understand or not, believe it or not, ultimately, as truth, all of us are connected through this unifying consciousness. So when you carry friendliness, the other person will automatically respond, start reacting, even if you are not trying to communicate with that person. So wait, complete with yourself, allow time to heal, and the power of your completion, the way you carry the friendliness, will simply make the other person communicate with you, relate with you. Please understand, I am not talking something like miracle or taking a chance. I am talking about a science. People say, how can I trust people? People ask me this question, how can I trust people? What if they take advantage of me? How do I start trusting after I have been hurt by others? First thing, as long as you have some business understanding bargain, do not call that as trust. If you have been hurt, it must be in bargains, never in trust. Trust is a pure powerfulness you experience about you, and the surety, certainty, guarantee you experience about others just by the way of oneness, not by the way of their words or commitments, the way they talk to you. It is the way they make you feel about you and them. Understand, the way they carry their being into you and they carry you into them. Trust is surety given by the being, not by the words. Honesty to the being, not to any words. So if you have been hurt, be very clear. Earlier, you might have had a bargaining relationship, not trust. So do not call bargaining relationship, business relationships as trust and lose the ability to trust anybody. That is a very, very, very serious miss. You will do it in your life. No. That will be a costly mistake. And same way, don't call your irresponsibility to gauge the other person as you trusting and they taking advantage. Most of the time, you complain about the other person that they took advantage of you. But if you look back, you were irresponsible in gauging them. You were irresponsible. That is the truth. Don't cover up your irresponsibility saying, I trusted them. Did they give the word? Did they give you commitment? And even while they committed, are they whole, complete? Were their whole being committed, or only one part of them committed? Or do they have the capacity to hold their words and commitments? Is he a matured man, integrated being who has a capacity to stand by his commitment? You need to look into all that. You are responsible to look into that. You cannot say your irresponsibility can be justified if you just blame others that they took advantage of you. Most of the time, people blame others that they took advantage of them because of their own irresponsibility. At least be very clear, you were irresponsible in that relationship, so that you will retain your ability to trust the next person in your life responsibly. If you give the wrong word, saying that I trusted and they took advantage of me, you will lose the capacity to trust, which is one of the important dimensions of life, should never be lost. Same way people ask me, how do I know if a person is right for me as a partner? Listen, this is the very important question. How you carry that person in your inner space when you remember that person all by yourself? Does he make you feel powerful? Does he complete you and make you feel more and more authentic? Please understand. I am not asking, does he make you feel excited? Does he make you feel good? Does he make you feel enthusiastic? No, I am not asking all those questions. Does he fulfill you? Does he make you feel powerful? Does he or she makes you feel complete? When you remember that person all by yourself, sitting alone, how you feel about him? What is in him or her completes you, makes you powerful? What is that in him or in her makes you experience the oneness? Look in. Anybody who makes you experience that oneness, feeling of non-duality, anybody who makes you feel powerful, completes you, helps you go beyond all your incompletions, powerlessness, really makes you experience powerfulness, is the right person for you. You need to spend little time with yourself and that person to see the way you experience completion with you and completion with him. If that person is able to bring completion in your life, you are able to bring completion in his life or her life, are both of you able to see each other's possibility, then the person is right for you. Next, people ask me, how can I bring true love into a relationship to make it extraordinary? The one and only way, bring the experience of oneness and completion in both of you. Welcome to the inner awakening. To experience the real, true completion, oneness with the other person, where you complete the other person and the other person completes you. And the true love is experienced. Where the true love is awakened. Understand, if you bring completion to each other, the true love is awakened and the relationship becomes extraordinary, leads itself to the experience of oneness. People also ask me about the concept of soulmates. Do they exist? What does it mean practically? I want to tell you, the soulmates exist only after you discover your soul, not before that. Unless you discover your soul, soulmates don't exist. Unless you experience completion, the soulmates doesn't exist for you. If you experience completion, you will attract the right person to whom you will cause completion, who will cause more and more completion in you. You both will cause each other's reality. When I use the word causing oneness to each other, means causing each other's reality. You don't feel your reality is separate from that person, that person's reality is separate from you. Both of you feeling your present reality and future reality is one and the same, is what I call experiencing oneness. When you know the other person's reality is also same as yours, you will have the tremendous compassion, sympathy, true friendliness. That is what I call love. Fulfilling relationships. Soulmate is a person with whom you reverberate and both of you feel the present reality and the future reality is one and the same. They are soulmates. If you discover the soul, you will have soulmate. People ask me, what is the best way to teach children about healthy relationships? The best way is educate them with the simple ideas, how the friendliness strengthens them again and again. Do not add your selfishness into their being. Do not add your self-centered incompletions into their thinking part. Teach them to be powerful and complete. Teach them the joy of completion. Teach them to relate from the space of powerfulness. Bring them to the ingenious program. We will teach them. We will give them the experience of powerfulness relating from the space of completion and healthy relationships. Last but not least, this is a very important question I always face. How to use love and the relationship as a gateway to enlightenment and higher consciousness. This is very important thing. Please listen. Understand you are nothing but bunch of your patterns, past experiences. Same way the other person also nothing but the bunch of patterns, past experiences, mainly incompletions. Remember, whatever leads you to incompletion will be leading the other person also into incompletion. Remember, never to retain the other person in your life through incompletions. No. Trying to have the other person in your life through incompletions is psychological slavery. Most of the time, because you are dependent on the other person, you make the other person dependent on you subtly. When you understand you don't want to be bound by somebody, you don't want to be controlled, you don't want to be under slavery, you don't want a relationship with incompletions. When you understand that, having the clarity, other person also does not want to be bound by incompletions, powerlessness or slavery, and giving the same space you want to have to the other person is what I call oneness. Giving the space you want to have to the other person also is oneness. He may leave you, but he will be living with you. He may not be able to stop living with you. I have seen so many people leaving me, but they can never stop living with me. I tell you, the other person is not one. That is the important understanding you need to have. Neither trying to improve the others nor accepting the others as they are is right. Try to help the other person complete wherever he or she has the incompletions. Accept the other person as they are wherever they have completion. People ask me to define trust versus false hopes. Understand, again, trust is from the powerful space with the clarity of what you are. Only with the clarity what you are, the trust happens. False hopes are you not trying to understand what you are, you not trying to understand what the other person is false hopes. Understand? When you understand who you are, what you feel as you inside, how you show you to others outside, how others perceive you, and how you perceive the world. If all these four are aligned, you know you. When you know you, whatever you feel is trust. When you don't know you, whatever you feel is a false hope. When you know you, whatever you feel about you and others is trust. When you don't know you, whatever you feel about you and others is false hopes. Whatever you feel, whether it's a trust or false hope, depends on whether you know you. People ask me to define loneliness and aloneness. Just now I used the word, both words in the same meaning. But if I have to define both words deeply, in Sanskrit we have a word, kaivalya, means aloneness. Loneliness is you want to have somebody to escape from you and your incompletions. That is loneliness. Even if you have the other person or not, you will be lonely. Aloneness is you are so complete, so fulfilled, so powerful. You don't need anybody to complete you, make you powerful. That is aloneness, whether you have the other person or not. Whether you have the other person or not, if you are complete with yourself, you are alone. Whether you have the other person or not, if you are incomplete with yourself, you are lonely. Lonely people attract slavery, abusive relationships. Alone people attract joyful, completing relationships, where not only they are complete, they complete the other person. Only thing I wanted to tell you, bring authenticity in your being, responsibility in your actions, integrity in your words. You will be just enriching the other person, and the other person will be enriching you. Relationship will become successful, leading both of you to experience the same reality. Now I wanted to give you the meditation process to experientially flower in true love in relationships. The first step, look in and pen down what you feel about you when you are with that person with whom you are in love. What you feel about you when you are not with that person with whom you are in relationship, and how you show you to that person. Pen down all this. How that person perceives you and how you perceive that person. Pen down all these 5 points independently and look in. What are the conflicts and incompletions there between these 5 answers? Look in. When you started developing those incompletions in you, I'll repeat the instruction. What you feel about you when you are with that person? First question. What you feel about you when you are away from that person? Second question. How you show you to that person? Third question. How that person perceives you? Fourth question. How you perceive that person? Fifth question. See, all these 5 questions are answered authentically, and sit and see in these 5 answers wherever the conflicts, contradictions, incompletions, pen them down and look back. How you developed those incompletions and relive those incompletions within you. Relive again and again and relieve. Let me elaborate instructions on incompletion. When I say incompletion, the conflicts, contradicts you have, contradictions, conflicts. How you feel about you, but how you project you to that person. You don't need to project you to that person the same way you feel about you, because what you feel about you itself is not completely truth. So I am not asking you just project you to that person as you feel about you. No, I am saying first of all complete even the way you feel about you. Bring completion into that. There is a lot of incompletions. Factual errors, the way you feel about you. Relive all the incompletion memories, the way you feel about you, and relieve. And let all these 5 be aligned to each other. The way you feel about you when you are alone, the way you feel about you when you are with him or her, the way you project you to the other person, the way the other person understands you, and the way you understand the other person. Let all these 5 be brought to completion, to sync, to oneness. Whatever contradictions, incompletions you have in these 5 answers, dig out how these incompletions came in your system. What are the patterns, incidents when you developed these incompletions in you? Go back to your memories. See why, when, how you developed these incompletions, contradictions, conflicts. Relive those incidents and relieve those incompletions, bring completion within you, then sit with the other person, help the other person to come to the space of completion with you. That is what is completing with the other person. Please understand, this meditation process has to be done together. First, you bring yourself to completion and help the other person to bring completion. Both of you sit together and bring both of yourself to completion. I can give you example of this non-alignment between these five. When you are alone without that person, you may be feeling frightened, shivering, victim mentality. But you may be showing to the other person you are very courageous, confident. I am not saying you need to show yourself to that person as a victim, frightened. No. Complete with that victim mentality, frightened mentality, fear mentality. Bring completion into you. Show yourself as a complete being. Take responsibility for what he feels about you and decide to have a right possibility and completion with him. This is what I say. This is what I mean when I say aligning. Wherever you feel you are stuck, you are feeling the non-alignment, dig deep why this pattern started growing in you, when you started growing this pattern in you. Remember those incidents and pen down, relive them and relieve them till those patterns and incidents lose power over your cognition. Do this exercise at least 11 days with the other person. Sometime you may say, what if other person does not want to talk to me or do this completion or does not believe in it? Don't worry. You are capable enough to bring completion in the other person. Completion is the one process you can do it for the other person because it is rooted on the experience of oneness. You do this process for 11 days and bring completion in you. You will see the other person simply recognizes the space of completion you are carrying. The other person simply responds to the space of completion you are carrying, and the oneness is awakened in the other person also. I am not talking about some theory. It is a science. When you bring completion in you, you will awaken completion in the other person.
So beautifully, Swamiji answered so many questions that we have about completion with others. Understand? Completion with others. This is like a very powerful technique that we have. It's like you can't just say it as a technique. This science can completely transform the way how your relationships can be. Can I request all the participants to please come on camera?
Nithyananda, all participants. I request all of you to post. It is actually a very powerful revelation Swamiji has spoken on how to complete with our relationship. How to identify the exact problem and how to be complete with it. It was a very powerful session. I request all of you to post how what did you understand from this?
And how many of you felt like this is the first time you are getting so much clarity about how to do this completion with others? Now, completion with others is not about apologizing. Listen carefully. You can't say, oh, I want to complete with others, so let me go and apologize to them, saying sorry to them. Saying sorry to them is not completion. Saying sorry to people is not considered completion. Completion with others is not about apologizing to others. Same way, completion with others is not even going and making, see, it's not even about you going to people and trying to tell them that they are wrong somewhere. No, neither this nor that, neither going and being apologetic, nor falling into guilt, nor blaming the other person. None of these are actually completion with others. Completion with others is a beautiful science where you are actually completing by discovering the depths of your possibility and the depths of the other person's possibility. Exploring the depths of each person is completion with others. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are catching this? Take a few minutes and post, because only if you understand the word completion with others, you will be able to do this process rightly.
Because all participants too. In this session, as Swamiji was detailedly speaking about, how do we actually have the beautiful, fulfilling relationship with other person? In the previous session, we learned that everything happening around it is a reflection of our inner space, right? Life is a pure mirror, and life is a pure mirror, and whatever we carry in our inner space only, the same thing being projected outside. Now, with this cognition Swamiji is given, right? How are we supposed to be completing with our relationship? How are we going to have a space? I'm pretty sure all of you want to have that fulfilling, blissful relationship with everyone, right? Yes, that's what most of us are here for. So this session is for you.
First, I request all the participants to please be here, settle down, and let us now enter into how to actually complete with others. How you can exactly experience the science of completion with others. And this such a sweet question answer session we had at Swamiji. Wow, it's like the way how Swamiji revealed each thing. We are going to now understand the depths of our relationship. I request all of you to take a moment and kindly settle down. I'm going to show to all of you the step. Right now, you're going to choose any one person. Okay, and you're actually going to be exploring the depth of that relationship you have with that person. First and foremost, you need to answer 5 questions. If all of you are ready with your paper and pen or notebook and pen, please can you all post yes here in the chat? Okay. Now listen intensely. How many of you are listening? Someone has posted a question. Should completion be written only, or can we just focus on dropping the incompletion? Listen, Mark. Dropping the incompletion can be done. Actually, when you sit and do completion with few incidents, multiple other incidents just get dropped off on its own. So completion, sometimes you can't, your ego just does not let go of that incompletion. For that only you're sitting and identifying that incompletion, writing it down, only then that will help you to complete. Okay. Now, so many of you had posted different relationships that you wanted to experience completion. In this step, we are now going to be answering 5 questions for ourselves. The first question, choose one relationship and you're going to write down, what do you feel about you when you are with that person? Second, what do you feel about you when you are away from that person? Look in. This is the most powerful exercise for you to first understand, to bring in a true love, fulfilling relationship with that person. Right now, if you're facing conflicts with a particular person, maybe you're facing too many conflicts with your spouse, sit and do this exercise. Then third, how do you show you to that person? And fourth, how does that person perceive you? And fifth, how is it that you perceive that other person? Take a few minutes, sit and please pen this down. For each step, please sit and do it intensely. and write a long briefing. Sit and write sincerely for each one of the questions. Have you all answered? No. Review what you have written and see if you have answered all these completely.
Now, with all the 5 questions, now just see or what you have written. Is there anything contradicting, or are you missing anything, or added something? Just identify whether everything you experience, whatever you feel, is written down as it is.
Check if there are any contradictions, complications, conflicts. Contradictions means there are two things that you're saying which are contradicting, completely opposite of each other. Conflict means there is a conflict between what you are saying. For example, you are showing in one manner, but showing yourself in one way, but you feel about yourself in a completely different way. You have to be authentic to yourself. This is what you're writing for your own self. Write it authentically, honestly, and really sincerely look in. The sincerity with which you look in is the most important. Brother, if you're understanding this? Identify the conflicts, contradictions, complications that you're carrying in each one of them. Now, look into all the incompletions here and see, for example, let's say that you feel so incomplete, how controlling your husband is for you, your wife is for you. You basically feel that the spouse is too controlling. And you've written this down. And maybe how you feel when they're there, maybe you feel like you have to be very cautious. And when they're not there, you feel there's a little bit of freedom. See, now, look into each of these emotions and the way how you feel. See, this incompletion, see, it may not be very obvious out in like the outer surface. It will look like, because mind is not transparent. It's always going to keep trying to convolute things just so that you don't look at it as it is. If you look at it as it is, it will disappear. So that is why it tries to give cunning definitions and tries to, for example, if you are a jealous person, you will look at it and term it as a powerlessness, but not as jealousy because it hurts your ego. So like this, sit and look in. Look into your life situation and incidents and see, when did I first develop? If someone is controlling me and I'm being controlled and I don't like it. When did I first develop this exact information? Probably when your mom told you don't go out and play in the rain. You were just 4 years old. It can be any incident. Look in. Look at that feeling. Address that space that you're carrying. You're going to sit and write down intensely and relive again and again and relieve from that information. Listen, reliving is different, remembering is different. The word remembering means it's remembering it. Means now, if you remember some of the most painful situations, how do you feel? You feel very pained about it, you feel like really hurt by it. Once again, the same emotions again going inside. That's only remembering. Reliving means going back to the same situation if you are 5 years old and you're now 40 years old. So when you look at that 5-year-old incident from being a 40-year-old person, it's called remembering. Reliving means you go back to becoming that 5-year-old person. You really start entering into that body of that 5-year-old and having the same emotions, same intelligence, and living it completely, reliving it completely. Relieves that memory. This is what is the process we are going to be doing. Let's start now. At any point, any questions you have, feel free to post it and ask.
Nithyananda, to all participants, I hope all of you have done it completely. Understand, in today's session, all of you are going to be healing all the wounds you have carried so far in all the relationships you carry. And ultimately, you're going to be blessed with the most blissful, fulfilling relationship. The next segment, the next session is actually a very important topic for those of you who are um, pregnant or those of you who are wanting to get children. Swamiji has very beautifully gifted the world the science of conscious birthing, where having the ability to get the cosmic energy to be born as your son or your daughter, as your child, as a divine child.
Now, how can this happen? What is the science behind it? And how today we are going to be seeing this as an initiation? Let's get ready to listen to this revelation first.
Listen. Microcosm becoming macrocosm is enlightenment. Macrocosm becoming microcosm is incarnationhood. You having the cosmic cognition and cosmos having you in the cognition. You dissolving into these great truths and these great truths dissolving into you. Both of them are totally different. Listen, catch it. Catch it. Listen. With Upanishads, not only those great truths will provoke you to dissolve yourself into those truths, even they will dissolve into you. Listen, even they will dissolve into you. Provoking your being to dissolve into the truths can be done by any spiritual book. Even if you read some stotras of saints, your whole being will be provoked to dissolve into the truth. That is what the great bhaktas did. The saints of Vedic tradition preaching devotion, the intensity of the passion and emotion is used beautifully to merge with the cosmos. Meera, Jnana Sambandar, Ramadasa, the great devotees, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, here in Karnataka, Akkamma Devi, in Andhra, Annamacharya, Tamil Nadu, Jnana Sambandar, Manikavasagar. I can go on listing. They all used the passion and emotion, intensity of the passion and emotion to dissolve into the cosmos. See, provoking you to dissolve into the truth, any spiritual book can do, but provoking the cosmos to dissolve into you, only Upanishads can do it. Only Upanishads can raise you to that height. you become so vast that cosmos dissolves into you. The microcosm becomes so big as macrocosm. So macrocosm can just dissolve into it. If you have to have the whole universe in your mouth has to open to the size of the whole universe. If the truth has to dissolve into you, you should grow taller than the truth. That can happen only by Upanishads. That is why I am telling, Upanishads don't make just enlightened beings, it makes incarnations. I am here to make you all experience, make us all radiate Paramashiva, the absolute and ultimate conscious possibility. Understand? My words are neither poetry nor prose, or logical, or magical, or theory, or philosophy. It is straight from the heart of the Paramashiva to the heart of my disciples. It's from heart to heart. Paramashiva's heart to your heart. Listen. My Guru, Vibhudanandapuri, Kuppammal, she used to say, I am the explosion happened in Arunachala Linga, the Arunachaleshwara. And she used to say, she brought that explosion through Mahakala Bhairava. In Arunachaleshwara temple, there is a beautiful Mahakala Bhairava with 8 hands on the banks of Brahmatirtham, the temple tank. And she said, she brought through that Mahakala Bhairava's deity and kept it in Brahmatirtham to cool off, to settle. Then brought it to my mother's womb. And she says, my mother's womb and my father's body both were prepared at the same time. Then through father's body, the male component was brought into my mother's womb, and I was given form and manifested. Let me explain the science of Yajna and Aushadha. The great rishis, the scientists of the inner world, mantra drashtas of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, people like Vyasa, Agastya, Kapila, Ankirasa, Bharadwaja, all these great beings, they sit together. Whatever reality they want to cause, strong thought current which expresses those reality, they bring that thought current and energy into these 5 elements. Bringing that thought current into these 5 elements is Yajna. They bring those gods, goddesses who are embodiment of that thought current. For example, if they want to manifest huge wealth, they bring down the energy of Lakshmi into fire and please her by offerings and receive the boon from her for the manifestation of wealth. If they want the divine city to be constructed, then they bring the energy of Vishwakarma and offer the offerings, take the boon to manifest the huge creativity and construction. So for each action, they bring that energy and please it by offerings and make that thought current into reality. And the thought current which they manifest, when it become reality, means when that blessings, that boon is given, that energy is consolidated into an aushadha, a herbal product, and shared. Whoever receives that aushadha manifests that reality. Now, I am going to do two things. Understand, this Putra Kameshtiyaham was performed by Dasaratha, and when the Yajnam was complete, when the Yagam was completed, the whole essence, the result, the phala was infused into a milk pudding, into the milk, and it was converted into payasam, and that was shared to all the three wives of Dasaratha, and Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, Shatrugna were given birth. Same way, Meenakshi's parents have conducted the Putra Kameshti Yajna, and it was so powerful, Devi directly landed into the fire and walked out of the fire. She did not even want that result to be converted into a matter and conceived, and she did not even want to go and stay in the Garbha of Kanchanamala, the mother of Meenakshi. Meenakshi's mother, father, both of them are not biological mother and father, because she just walked out of the fire. And same way, Draupadi, the Draupadi's parents did Putra Kameshti Yajna, and she walked out of the fire. We have huge references. I was trying to find who is the first person who did the Putra Kameshti Yajna, and I saw it is Sadashiva himself. Because the science of creating the Putra, inheritor, without physical relationship. See, the Manmata's wife Rati has cursed Adishakti, Parvati, that you will not have physical relationship. Of course, the curse is nothing, they could have just thrown out. Anyhow, Sadashiva's form is beyond gender and sex. So without physical relationship, he has to create now Subramanya to destroy Tarakasura and Suravatma. So the first Putra Kameshti Yajna, with the fire of his own third eye, he manifests that whole software with his 5 faces. The energy gathers, and all the faces of Sadashiva contributes their energies. Then his unmanifest, the Avyakta component showers the energy. Then Adishakti showers her energy. The whole thing together becomes the form of Vishwarupa Skanda, Subramanya. And now the Skanda Sashti, auspicious time, when this process was done in Kailasa first time, now we are repeating the same process in Gupta Kailasa again. Now I am going to bring that same software through the third eye fire, manifest it, and once that energy is pleased and blessings are invoked, bring all that blessings into Aushadha and share it with you all. So now the process is two level. One, release of that energy itself is going to be too powerful.